welcome to the May 2023 quarterly meeting of the California Treatment Healing Council. My name is Christina Snider, and I'm a member of the Dry Creek Ranch Area Band Pomo Indians and the Tribal Affairs Secretary for Governor Gavin Newsom. A huge thank you to the Washoe Tribe and to Palisades Tahoe for your partnership and support here today. And as always, thank you to our outstanding Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs staff. We'll go through a few housekeeping items after today's opening blessing, and then we'll have some introductions from the council and our tribal and other partners here today before we open up into what we usually do, which is having people introduce themselves, sharing anything that they would like to share at the top of this meeting before we open our first panel with Washoe. So thank you again for joining us, and we'll begin with a traditional opening for today's meeting. And it's my pleasure to introduce Melba Bracco, an elder of the Washoe tribe, who will offer today's opening blessing.
Good morning. How is everybody? Good to see smiling faces. I'm going to say the blessing in my language, and so just speaking about our gathering here and how we're all be okay, doing the right thing, etc. Okay. Melba de Gumdia Kale, Washoe et Lugenga de Gumdia, Wailu de Day. Washoe de Shemwea, Leula, the Hamunganga Wea. Hutaya, Angaweth, Angam Hamweatha, Limila Hutiwe Eshik Gigate, Mirish, Mew Hamashuket. Ashtek Nigiath, Leu Hakayali, Githa Hakirish, Lephello, Kele. Tanaway Hakayatha, Hamungangawa, Mahawanga Hamuyatha, the Eshik Gishweki Kele, Hutiwa word by Igudi, Wa Eshikurish, Githa Kagishweki. Dinga.
Thank you for that. We'll now go over, before we get started, I'm going to briefly walk through the agenda and some of the logistics and preliminary business for today's convening. So we'll go through, we had our welcome, we had our traditional opening. We'll then have opening introductions and remarks from our partners here today. And then we'll pass around the microphone and you can all introduce yourselves to the group. We do this every meeting to see who's in the room. And if there's anything you'd like to share at this time, you can share it now. But no pressure, you can kind of observe, take things in and share later today during the testimonial period of today's meeting. We will then have a testimony from the Washoe tribe, and then we'll break for lunch around noon. We'll then have a panel on tribal partnerships in the Lake Tahoe region, where you'll hear a bit about some of the efforts that the state and others have made to kind of make things right in the area, and you'll also hear some counterpoints from the Washoe tribe about where there might be some sticking points, where there may be room for growth, and hopefully that'll be a learning moment for others engaging in that kind of work. I wanted to, and then we'll have, we'll open up for local tribal testimony and community discussion and public comment. And please note that input from tribes with ancestral homelands in and near the Lake Tahoe area will be prioritized, followed by California Native Americans, and then followed by other Native Americans and partners. We also ask that you defer to elders if they'd like to speak. And as we have lunch, also please make sure that the elders are fed before you grab your food. We'll then close with another blessing and then adjourn the meeting at 5 or at the end of public comment, whichever is first. We're recording this meeting and we'll be posting it to the Office of Tribal Affairs YouTube channel. Please let us know if you'd like us to pause the recording at any point in today's session. You'll also notice that we do have a documentarian in the room. So if any of you would prefer not to be filmed, please let us know, and we'll make sure that you're not in the shots, and that we're more considerate of you're not being filmed. And would you like to wave or introduce yourself at all? Thanks, Jacob. For those interested in following the council, ongoing updates, including listening session recordings and listening session summary documents, are available at the California Truth and Healing Council updates blog at catruthandhealing.com. You can also get updates for events by following the Governor's Office of Tribal Affairs on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Additional details, including meeting dates, agendas, and background information, are available at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. And we did have a virtual meeting this month, last week, where we went over the subcommittees and the process for joining. We encourage you to check that out. We have subcommittee signups open until June 1st. It's a very simple Google form. We have several open subcommittees and encourage you to join those. I'd now like to remind everyone that in joining us here today, you do agree to adhere to the Council's principles for respectful engagement, which I'll summarize for you in a moment. A copy of the principles is available for your use and review at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC, and there is a printed copy available here as well. Refusal to adhere to the principles, which apply to all participants, including governing council members, staff, and the community, whether present or not, may result in your removal from today's convening. If you feel at any time that you need to step out, or you may be in need of assistance, please find one of our team and we can help you get some air. We also have, and she'll introduce herself a bit better in a moment, a local healer here today, Stephanie Mushrush, who's a Washoe tribal citizen and a licensed clinical social worker who can also help you kind of work through anything that might come up in this process. But she'll introduce herself in a moment. We ask that in order to create a space where participants feel welcome, respected, and able to speak comfortably, we'll uphold the following principles in this meeting. And we ask that all participants work toward sharing in their stewardship. If you're a participant in a convening with our council, we ask that you engage in the work of the council and with others in an open and respectful way. Engage in behaviors that will make others feel welcome. Take care of your emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical well-being, and seek support as you need it. There's a lot more detail in those printed materials if you'd like to take a look at them. I will note too that because of the altitude, we encourage you to drink a lot more water. It's easier to get dehydrated up here, so please take care of yourselves. For those, for those members of the press in attendance, we ask that you engage with this process with deference to the Native experience and that you commit to obtaining consent and final review from the Native peoples that you hear from today. We don't want this to be an extractive process, and we hope that you'll assist us in creating a safe space that's open, transparent, and welcome to all. So I'd first like to have our governing council members introduce themselves to the group and anything you'd like to say at this point in time. We'll then have council staff say a few words and let you know who they are, and then we'll hand it over to the Washoe tribe to introduce themselves, and then we'll have Stephanie and the California Indian Heritage Center outreach team introduce themselves before we kind of open it up for broader introductions and comments. So I will start with whoever's most comfortable.
Open Village, Yahweh Joan Harper. I'm Pomo and Coast Miwok and a citizen of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria in Northern California. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm looking forward to hearing from all the people who live in this area, who call this place home, as well as from other California natives and other people. So thank you for participating today, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Mishis Charwe, Inka Tomakam, Inka Te Karak, Isaac Bohorquez. Good morning, welcome all of you. My name's Isaac Bohorquez. I'm a Loni or Costanoan. I'm with a citizen, I should say, of the Kakuntaruk Band of Ohlone Costanoan Indians of the Big Sur Rancheria. My wife always says amen after that. She was like, that's very long. I also want to echo the words of my fellow council member. Thank you for inviting me into your ancestral territory, to your homeland. Wanting to hear from the community how we can help and heal the process here in your community, what your struggles are, how that can be improved. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to be here, to share with us. It's not an easy process to do. So I want to congratulate you for taking the first step, and that's being here, being open to share, coming with that open heart, open mind. I ask the Creator, take care of us all together. I'm very thankful. I'm thankful for my journey. I hope that we all have safe journey home. And I thank my boys for being quiet in the back because they had to come with me today. Shururu.
Thank you, council members. We'll turn over to the Washoe tribe to introduce themselves. And then I'm going to switch the order because Stephanie has a presentation for us. So we'll do the Indian Heritage Center before her and then.
My name is Serrell, Smokey, chairman of Washoe Tribe, Nevada, California. I want to welcome you all here. I know this is a little difficult place to get to, but it was a place that we were able to really get these accommodations with short notice. We have a very good working relationship with the Palisades Resort up here. I'll be going into more detail about the history of this area a little bit later. But welcome. We're doing everybody.
Hangmeshi, Rihanna Degum Daly. My name is Rihanna Jones. I'm the Washoe Environmental Director. Again, glad to be here, glad to learn more about the truth and healing and how the Washoe Tribe can work with the council to improve our homelands and the work we do on them.
Hangmeshi, Washoe, Taluhu, Paulu, Unglti, Telmati, Welmati. Welcome. My name is Lydell Wyatt, the Washoe Tribe Off-Reservation Representative and Cultural Monitor Specialist for the tribe. Welcome to our territory. Thank you for showing up.
Miu Mwanga wa Mibi, Washoe Lu Haliza Digum DLA, Deboe Lu Herman Fillmore Digum DLA, Digoy Benny Fillmore, Ashti Lot Laura Fillmore Digum DAK, Dimlaya Maria Luisa Kimberly, the Dingam Del Palelik Fillmore Digum DAK, Washishukum Danu, Shilule, Ashpao de Lay. Hello everybody, my name is Herman Fillmore, my parents are Benny and Laura Fillmore. My wife is Maria Luisa Kimberly, and my son's Del Palelik Fillmore. I'm a Washoe tribal member. I'm currently the Culture and Language Resources Director for the tribe, and I live in the Carson Valley.
And Melba said she already introduced herself.
Who wants to?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Fagerstrom. Along with Deborah, Lisa, and Dennis Hendricks, we are part of the design team for the California Indian Heritage Center project, which will be located in West Sacramento. So we've got some idea stations set up and some information to share today. If you have time, kind of before lunch, during lunch, or after lunch, or even towards the end of the day, would welcome you to come learn about it, share your thoughts. We're doing like a year-long roadshow this year, so we're doing about 24 events across the state. This is our 7th event so far, starting in February. So glad to be here and look forward to today's discussion.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Lucking. I'm with Fentress Architects. We're part of the design team for the California Indian Heritage Center. And like Brian said, we're very grateful to be here and eager to hear from you and learn. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Gillip, and I'm on the team. And I think Christina's going to give you some incentives maybe to help gather some input today. Brian mentioned we have idea stations, but we also have some things and some gifts that we think you all might like. So happy to be here. We're here to learn and listen from you. And we'll be here all day today and tomorrow. So thank you for having us.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Hendricks. I'm a council member for the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and I'm very pleased to be working on this project because I think it's going to be great for all of the California natives to have a place where we can celebrate and show people what we've done over the years and how resilient we are, and that we are still here today and very vibrant and very successful in the things that we're doing for our tribes.
Thank you all, and they will be around and they'll give you kind of an intro of the things that you can engage with at lunchtime. Really glad to have you all here. I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Mushrush.
Hangamaheji, Stephanie Digomdet Kalai, Degoit Washoe, Hangalate Shilu, Idat Dilat Filipina, Degoit Randall Mushrush, Idat Dilat Josephine Mushrush, Di Amat Shirley Sally, Di Babet Loven Fred. Hello, how are you all? I just introduced myself. I'm Washoe, Washoe tribal citizen from my father's side, and I'm Filipino on my mother's side. So yeah, I'm very blessed and honored to be here. I wanted to say really quick, I do not identify as a healer. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I do work in the Native community in Los Angeles, Tongva territory, and I've previously worked at the Washoe Tribal Healing Center. I just want to say that because I want to be humble. This work is very important, and I'm honored to be able to kind of give a little bit of tips for today. So I don't know if someone could maybe move the slide. Okay, so I know that medicine wheels are something that we don't use specifically in Washoe territory. However, I thought it was helpful to use this as a visual, so I'm thinking of this as a Washoe wellness wheel. And so we do have our 4 directions of our people. One of our relatives mentioned that earlier, our off-res representative. And we also have our 4 seasons, and those kind of coincide with our 4 aspects of wellness. So this, the emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual. And so we can go to the next slide. And so it's something that I think is helpful to think about with heavy meetings like this. So actually using that concept of wellness and balance in ourselves. And so taking a moment at times when there could be challenging moments, asking yourself, what emotions am I feeling in this moment? What thoughts am I having? Am I feeling this anywhere physically? And do I feel this anywhere in my spirit? And so there's just like a general check-in that you can use if anything comes up. We can move to the next slide. And so this just kind of gives some information. There might be times when you feel activated or triggered. Your heart might start beating fast. You might feel hot. So it's likely that your defense mechanisms might have come up. And so in that moment, you can just know that that is normal. Know that the conversations that we're going to have today and the topics that come up, they will likely be difficult at times, but everyone's different. Sometimes doing something physically will help you get back to that place of center. So maybe taking a deep breath. Our breath is always with us, and that's a blessing to us. There are different other tribes who have ceremonies talking about renewing our breath of life. Our breath is always with us, so you can take a breath whenever needed. You can also, if needed, maybe sometimes pairing tensing and relaxing a muscle. So sometimes people like literally will clench their fist for a few seconds and relax. It helps ease our body back into a relaxed state. You can also use self-talk to remind yourself, I'm safe. Of course, these are things that you use in situations where you are safe, because the defense mechanisms come up as a way to help us defend ourselves. It's your body's doing what it's supposed to do. We can move to the next slide. And these are just some other options. So you can, feel the feeling. You can write it down. I know there's some paper, maybe you have a pen, jot it down if it's something that you don't want to forget. You can validate yourself. You could also let it go. You can ask yourself questions, and some of these go in alignment with some of the meeting protocol, like checking yourself, like, am I assuming anything? Am I interpreting anything? Because we're all going to be in different places today as far as our experiences and our knowledge and different understandings of things. You can also use distraction or grounding, mindfulness using your 5 senses. So those are always with us too. We have different fruit over there, engaging your sense of taste or smell. Even water, there's so many different ways we can use that. And we have water, thankfully, over there. So that, I believe, there's one more slide. It's just on, these are just kind of examples of ways that you can acknowledge these things. We can move to the last one. So this is using your senses. So in those moments, you can acknowledge something that you see, something that you can touch, something that you can hear, something that you can smell, something that you can taste. So those things help bring us back to center if we're struggling with any big emotions that could come up. So that is just what I wanted to share with you all. I'll be here all day today as well as tomorrow, so I'm available if anyone wants to chat or check in or ask any questions. So thank you again, Dingat.
And last but not least, before we open it up, here's some multitasking.
Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of multitasking. So good morning, everyone. My name is Loretta Miranda. I am a descendant of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians in Southern California and currently serve as Deputy Tribal Affairs Secretary and Special Counsel for the Governor's Office. You might have noticed I'm taking some photos. I generally take a lot during the intros, so just want to give you all a heads up. But if you do not want to be photographed or don't want me to use them, please let me know. But appreciate you all being here, and again, just much gratitude to the Washoe tribe for hosting us, and we're really looking forward to today.
And Loretta's being humble. She basically planned this whole event, so very much appreciate all the work that she's been doing, and feel free to reach out to her if you have any thoughts or comments about future events as well. We'll now open with general introductions, and again, if you could say your name, where you're from, you can interpret that any way you want. If there's anything that you're thinking about right now, or why you're here, it's kind of open, so just feel free to share whatever you like. And once we get through that, we'll do our first panel. So I'll start over here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Scott Green. I'm the tribal liaison and archaeologist for California State Parks. I'm here with my colleagues from State Parks. We acknowledge that we are the stewards of 12 different park units that are in Washoe homeland, and they've been Washoe lands for time immemorial. We're excited that we have a new 5-year MOU in place with the tribe, which will grant free access and free gathering in all of our park units. So it's a very exciting thing, and it's a very fulfilling thing for us park staff to be able to offer that to the tribe. Thank you.
Hi everybody, buenos dias. My name is Helmer Rodriguez. I'm from Greenfield, California. That's the Costanoan, Ohlone, Esalen Nation, and my family is from Cuparao, Guanajuato, from the ancestral homelands of the Purepecha. So I'm here representing California State Parks, but I'm just here as my whole self, my whole heart. So in ways that I can support you all here in your homelands, that's what I'm here for. And I'm Forest Reed.
Hi,
Hi everyone, Caitlin Jackson with California State Parks. I'm an interpreter for the West Shore State Parks, so Sugar Pine, Emerald Bay, Deal Bliss. Happy to be here to listen and learn.
Good morning, Scott Elliott with California State Parks. I'm our acting district superintendent. I've been here for just a few weeks, but I've been in Truckee for the last 18 years, and I just thank you very much for having me here. I look forward to listening and learning.
Good morning, Rich Adams with California State Parks, and I'm the Natural Resources Manager and Prescribed Fire Manager.
Good morning, I'm Natalie Davenport. I'm the Museum Curator for California State Parks for the Sierra District. I've been in the position for 13 years. I've lived in the community for 23 years here. And I'm also here representing myself in addition to California State Parks because I recently completed a dissertation on Wilmelty toponyms and place naming that I completed in 2019. So some of you I have known for quite a few years. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Good morning. I am Monica Schiffer with the Division of Healthcare Finance and Policy, also known as Nevada Medicaid, and I'm here just to observe, and I am thankful for being invited.
Good morning. I'm Judy Ramirez. I'm Wakchumni. Our people are from Central California. Wakchumni people lived in the foothills east of Fresno, Tulare, in that area. I have relatives, my grandmother's side, who's Yalumpni. She lived on the Tule Reservation in Porterville and also at Lemoore in the Tachi area. So I'm from that central area in California. So thank you. Thank Governor Newsom for having this committee. So thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Ruth Tupler. I'm Wakchumni, also from Central Valley.
Good morning, my name's Susan Weiss and I'm an elder in the Wakchumni tribe. I just want to thank the Washoe people for inviting us, for providing the facilities for us to have this meeting, and the Truth in Healing sponsors that are here to share with us what they have, and for us to share back with you what we're thinking. So thank you all for coming.
Hedet and Shishala Wadao, Weoshnim Deb Viero, and I'm also Wakchumni. This is my mama. And I was a designated driver for my aunties, so happy to be here and be in this area, and just really loving the scenery and the environment. And thank you.
When she says designated driver, it's not for alcohol, it's for casinos. Hidit Oyoshnim Darlene Franco, not the Inyana Wakchumni, not the Dia Wakchumni Tribal Council, not the Dia Wakchumni Tribe Nonprofit. My name is Darlene, and I am Wakchumni also, and I am from Central California. You may have heard of our people called Yokuts, which is a word in our language that just means people. So we're the Wakchumni people, and I'm very happy to be here. I thank the spirits of the land for allowing us to be here, but also the Washoe people who have always welcomed us to be here. And it's so good to hear so much language. And I was just talking to Melba earlier, and I was like, that's Herman? I remember when he was a little kid. And it's so good to hear you speaking your language, because I remember when you were being immersed by your parents and your uncles and your aunties. And so to see all this come full circle once again is just so heartwarming, and the things that we're doing in our communities is working. And we're from a non-federally recognized tribe. We're not state recognized either. So to know that these things are still happening with or without that title or whatever, it doesn't matter. We are who we are. We are we were born and raised where we were born and raised, our people, our ancestors. Our strength is from our land, from our environment. And so I encourage all of you to keep doing what you're doing. And, you know, it doesn't matter if other people recognize you. You know who you are. We know who we are. And this is all on my mother's side. My father also was from the Philippine Islands, so, you know, connection there too. But anyway, I'm very grateful to be here today.
Good morning. Hidit, Hayuk, that's hello in Wakchumni, and hello in Yalamni, which is on my grandma's side. I'm also Wakchumni, and these are my sisters, my niece, and my daughter, Carolyn. I'm so excited and happy to be here because we need to learn, we need to share what we have with each other, and also I'm just so grateful that we have this available to us. Many years ago, this was not available. I mean, we've struggled all this time, but you know, we have our eyes open, and now it's coming, like my sister said, full circle, and I'm so happy that we can all be together to collaborate with each other. And thank you so much for letting me be here.
Good morning, my name's Carolyn Taplaris. I'm Wakchumni, and I'm here with all my aunties, and I'm thankful for being here.
Please feel free to come into kind of the circle as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darrell Cruz. I'm a Washoe tribal member. I'm from Hungalalti, which is way down. I live down by Topaz Lake, and I'm glad to see everybody here. All these other tribal people making the visit up here to Washoe country. We all share everything common with Native people. Also, for the non-Native people, we share a lot of things in common with them. I work with a lot of you right there, I see, and that, like Scott, he was very important making that MOU happen. Christina, I started talks with her on this whole thing years ago. One of the things I'd like to say is this used to be called Squaw Valley until last year. It became official Olympic Valley. Yay. And I owe that to our tribal members who had protested here years ago, so it's nothing new to us. We've been protesting that name for a long time, and so it's just coming to that. The mountaintop up here is called Washoe Peak, and the creek that runs through is called Washoe Creek. So that's sort of our history there, but anyway, glad to see everyone. Malba, Herman, our chairman's here too. Thank you all.
Stephen Cruz, Digam di Lay, Waju, Lalti Gumtanu, Ida Washishu Itet. Say good morning, my relatives. And I say relatives because we are all related. And whether we're black, red, brown, or white, or whatever, we all come from one people, there's one creator. And I'm Southern Band Washoe, and I said this is our Washoe territory, and Daryl's my older brother, my Atu, and then all my relatives over there in Washoe Nation, and I think that's about it, other than what Daryl was saying about our people been fighting for this name recognition for the last 30-something years. Our old people, when they first started working with the government, they wanted water rights to this lake and all the tributaries, land in all our traditional territories also. At this time, we don't really have anything per se that's gonna help us to perpetuate our language, our culture. So that's what we're looking forward to, getting some property that's gonna help us to gain our foothold back here in our home country. And I say, God bless each and every one of you, that we can all walk in beauty with this great spirit and with this creation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Crystal Harjo. I am a member of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, which is comprised of the Washoe, Paiute, and Shoshones out of Reno, Nevada. I'm also the Nevada Tribal Liaison for FEMA Region 9, and we have been doing several projects with our tribal partners within our region on cultural awareness, cultural monitoring, cultural sensitivity. So I'm just here to listen and learn, and like to welcome everybody here today.
My name is Angela Jones. I'm Hungalelti Washoe, which is, as my relative said, it's the southernmost band of the tribe. We're located in what is now Woodfords, California. I'm grateful to be here. I just want to say too, I'm grateful for all those who came before us, who did the work, so that we could be here and continue to do the work. So, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason McCannell. I work at California State Parks, but I actually work in the director's office in Sacramento and not in the local district. I am a member of the Reexamining Our Past initiative leadership team on the system-wide level, looking at place name changes and changes in interpretation and cultural material as presented in the parks. I am also currently serving on the Advisory Committee on Reconciliation and Place Names with the Department of the Interior, looking at other actions like what was done across the entire national map with the S word last year, and a few other things, but I don't want to take up too much of everyone's time, so to say I'm happy to be here, grateful for Christina, for creating this space to a large extent and making it what it is. Every one of these meetings, it's enlightening, it's an adventure, it's a good time, and I'm really happy to be here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Annalise Finney. My family is Scottish and Irish. I'm a journalist for a news organization that's based in the San Francisco Bay Area on Ramaytush Ohlone territory. For them, I generally cover reparations efforts across the state. That's why I'm here today, and I'm excited to listen and learn. So thanks for having me.
You won't get out of it.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Jafana Lamar. I'm Pit River and Paiute from the Susanville Indian Rancheria. I am here representing the Department of Consumer Affairs as their tribal liaison and the Contractor State License Board as the Chief of Legislation. Just here to let you know of our department's commitment to serving tribal members and tribes in California. Thank you.
Do any of you want to introduce yourselves? Are you good? You're good? Okay. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Does anyone else want to say anything?
I could just say Hi, I said a brief hello earlier, but I'm Jacob Kornbluth. I'm here with this film crew. We're sorry if this feels like an imposition in the space, but we're hoping to help get the word out about what's happening at these meetings. So appreciate you letting us all share the space with you, and we'll try to listen and learn like everybody else and help you get the word out about what you talk about today. So thank you.
Okay. So it's now my pleasure to welcome up the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California for tribal testimony. I'd like to ask Chairman Smokey, Herman Fillmore, Stephanie Mushrush, and Rihanna Jones to come up. I don't know if Vice Chair has, and Darrell Cruz. Darrell mentioned that we've been planning this for a while. I actually came up in December of 2021 to see how we could do this. And so this is kind of everything materializing and happening, and we're just very excited to hear from all of you. As a reminder, again, water, snacks, coffee, bathrooms. Please make yourselves comfortable. And we're looking forward to hearing from all of the Washoe. So I'll hand it over to you, Chairman, if you'd like to.
So hello again. I didn't really have full presentation prepared or anything like that. Just really working with the topics that we have, that were kind of brought forward. It's pretty easy to speak on because it's what we've been dealing with. I've been the chairman since 2018. It was my first election, recently re-elected. I'm on my 5th year, second term. But there's something I'll start off with, we talk about trauma and culture and healing. There's this place. As was mentioned, this whole area was Squaw Valley. This resort was the Squaw Valley Resort, and it was very famously known for it. There was groups of our elders that have held on a fight for many, many years, and to get that name changed when I became the chairman, my role as a leader in government, I did whatever I could to support, that fight and re-engage, and we were able to get it done in 2019. And that's why we have such a good working relationship with what is now Palisades Resort. Not only do we change the name, we're working on changing all the signs, every road, every street, everything around this whole area. But also we work in partnership with Palisades to get accommodations like this room here. We were able to just call them right up, and then they said, yeah, sure, come on up, we got a place for you. Our Washoe people, enrolled tribal members get to come up here and they get to use ski, the lifts, everything for free. All we need is a tribal ID to come here. I don't do it because I don't ski, I never have, and I'll probably hurt myself if I did. But that's just a piece of the work that we've been doing for a long time. Again, it was mentioned that we don't have a lot of rights up here. We've been completely removed from the area, and that's something that myself as a chairman I wanted to re-engage in when I first became elected, was to get everything around this area. This is our land. I've been saying this, I've been speaking at multiple events, and even the California Tribal Leaders Summit, but I did mention that I don't use the word ancestral lands anymore, because it has a past tense meaning to it. This is our homelands. It is our homelands now, and we are still here as people, as Washoe people. So we've been doing everything we can, and I've been getting out as much as I can to re-engage in everything that we can do in and around this area. Now I work all over the place, but this is the focus because the lake itself is, that's our heart. That's the center of our existence. And so we'll do whatever we can to stay a part of it and to ensure its survival, as it has given us life for centuries. So that's just some of the work we're doing. Language preservation, we're getting more deeper into it, but on the governmental side, something that I was able to do is get us, work with our teams, create teams, and put us into a state of emergency for language. The governmental side, so that we can have a sole focus on preserving language. It's just so crucial, and especially after the pandemic and through COVID, we lost so many people, elders, historians, our language speakers. I think in our resolution, we're down to 12 fluent speakers and elders that we originally started with. So it's very crucial. Even myself was something I really wanted to re-engage in because I lost so much of the language myself. I never spoke fluent Washoe. Growing up with my grandmother on my father's side, Flora Smokey, but she always spoke a word in Washoe. In the household, every sentence had a word in Washoe at least. So when her sisters would come down and they'd gamble and then they'd speak Washoe, and I knew what they were saying because I could put it all together because I had that back then. Most of the time they were talking, rough, talking about this person or that person or their old snags or dates, stuff like that. But But I could piece it together, and I knew with the language, I could do that, but I can't anymore. I left, I joined the Army when I turned 18. I took off, I was gone for 11, 12 years, something like that, before I came home. But just that little bit, really, I noticed how much I lost. And through those times, we had issues with our language programs. Our programs went through so many struggles. That's something that I noticed. And honestly, looking back, I felt that I was a part of it as well. We were so up and down. We used to have an immersion program. We used to have, these big areas for language. But internal fighting is what pulled us apart in politics. Different elders or different people saying, no, that's not how the language is spoken. No, I say it this way, and I was always taught this way, and I was always taught that way, that it ripped us apart politically. And then the government ended up shutting everything down. Our government, our Washoe tribal government. So that's something that I wanted to completely change and re-engage in. Working with Herman is that, now we take everything. We have the language and everything, the curriculums that they've developed, and we put it all together so that they can teach it, and we're getting more out there to teach. But if anybody, a Washoe tribal member or anybody comes along and says, no, that's not how it's spoken, it's this way and not that way, we accept that. We don't push it away anymore, because that's what caused the fighting. So we accept that, and then we note it down saying, okay, well, this person said this family spoke it this way. And that's to be, honestly, expected of our language, because we had the different bands all the way around the lake. We engaged with different tribes on different sides. So it's not uncommon that the words were not said in just one simple manner. It wasn't just this way or just that way. Every word has a meaning behind it, and it's how you say it. But that's something that I really wanted to, at least on my end, to be able to stop, and so that we can re-engage and then get everything going again. The other thing I was going to say too is specifically about the name change here in Palisades and a lot of the work, the MOUs. As Daryl is our former Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, and he had a lot to do with it. He doesn't say that he does, but he really does have a lot of credit in everything that we've been able to do out here. So I'll kind of stop right there just as my little spiel, because as I always say, and everybody knows, I'm a chairman, and I will continue talking all day long. So I'll let everybody else kind of engage, and I'll come up with more, definitely. But I'll go down the line here, and then we'll come back around.
Hello, again, my name is Miranda Jones. I'm the environmental director. I've been with the department since 2020, right when COVID started. I grew up here. I lived here until I was 18. I went away for college and then came back 20 years later to work for my community. And in coming back, I've seen a lot of things with respect to the environment that could be improved on, and since the Biden administration, a lot more opportunities for the tribe to work collaboratively with other agencies. I feel like we're getting a lot more attention, a lot more opportunities for collaboration, for consultation. I think this comes as a blessing and a curse. This is something, as somebody mentioned earlier, we've been working towards for years, trying to get the attention of the state, of governors, of the federal government to ensure that our resources, our culture is protected for the long term. But now it's just like we're inundated with these requests, and we're really working hard to take these opportunities to get as much work done as we can for our community during this very special time where we have this opportunity to work with so many partners. As Chairman mentioned, getting to Palisades is a little bit difficult. It's at the more northern end of our territory, and in the past, at least in my experience, the Washoe tribe is kept pretty centrally to their focal area, and now we are working on spreading our arms a little bit further to maintain these relationships and this connection to further parts of our territory. Otherwise, we lose that history, we lose that connection with the land. If our children don't know that Sierraville, that
Palisades, that Olympic Valley is still part of our homelands, then we're going to lose that connection. They're going to think only the Carson Valley is where the Washoe people were, or only the Tahoe Basin, and it's been very difficult to establish our presence in the Tahoe Basin, which is why it's so important working with partners such as California State Parks, and having you here I think is huge. Just solidifying that relationship and showing that you are continuing to work and listen to tribes about what our needs are and how we can improve that relationship. I won't talk too long so others have an opportunity, but I'm sure things will come to mind as I go along.
Hi, one more time. I've been in and about this area all my life, so it's like coming home to me. And so I was raised in Camp Richardson area. My family, they worked for the different people there. They were groundskeepers. In my case, my dad was a boat builder. He was a bricklayer. And so we were raised there until I was 7. In my home, we only spoke Washoe, so that's what I learned to speak first. And as the chairman was saying, there are different ways of saying certain things, but we understand each other just fine. You got northern way of speaking and saying a certain different words, but we're all Washoe. We know that, and we have that connection with the land and with everything. And so coming to Tahoe, for years I thought, wow, this is a great place. We've always been here. And then moving to the foothills of Gardnerville, we were taken away from that. And I couldn't, when I get back here, it was like, now it's all built, everything's different. And yeah, my grandpa used to be that person who, great-grandpa actually, was a packman person with horses and mules who would have pack trails from Tahoe to Kybers, and they planted fish. And as everybody used to laugh, my grandma, she says they'd have me in a baby basket and tie me onto the pack saddle so I could go along for the ride. And so basically, this is our homeland. We're all connected here as Washoe people. And so language is very important to me, of course. There aren't many people speaking. Right now, we do a language class, and I have 3 people now that I can actually talk to that are elders. One lady has come back who's our relative, and it's really nice to hear her talking. So when we talk together, it reminds me of the past. And basically, that's where we're at, and we move forward from there. But I understand too that times have changed, and we're gonna go on and we need to include everybody. We need to talk with everyone. But they have to understand too that this is our heart. This is where we're from. Thank you.
Yes, welcome again. So I was asked to come here this morning and talk a little bit about the importance of language and loss of language. And I always like to start out a little bit in my presentations with some terminology and those sorts of things, but I don't have my slides today, so you guys are just gonna have to understand, I guess. One of the big things for us, and I usually hint at it, but we have 574 federally recognized tribes across the United States. Some of our relatives are unrecognized still. We have roughly pre-contact over 300 languages. Today, I believe it's 187 languages that are still spoken, that are still alive. They say within the next 10 years, we may only have 10 to 40 languages that are spoken fluently. And so when we talk about our language, and as the chairman mentioned, we only have about 12 elder speakers. All of them first language speakers or learned the language bilingually growing up in the home. And today we're working to create new speakers with immediacy, with urgency, because we know how critical it is to do this now. One of the big things that we don't have, though, is we don't have first language speakers. Any of our teachers today are second language speakers, and so it speaks to this reclamation and renewal of language and community. And we like to remind people that the loss of our language isn't our fault as Indigenous peoples. You know, we didn't do things to lose our language. It was truly taken from us. We here in Washoe in our homelands, we have the Stewart Indian Boarding School, which was founded in 1890, I believe. So it opened its doors almost 130 years ago. I do believe it closed in 1970, so it was open for a little bit less than 100 years. But in that time, most of our tribal members went to that school. Some tribal members on the California side, I was told my grandma didn't have to go because on California they didn't make them go. But a lot of our other tribal members were forced to go to that boarding school. My uncle Herman Holbrook, who I'm named after, he signed up for the Navy. He joined World War II at 16 years old. He was a student at the boarding school at the time, and he said he'd rather go to war than stay there. That's how bad it was. That's how poorly they were treated. He remembers that they would close the windows on their hands, and they would beat their hands with rulers or beat them outside so they couldn't escape punishment. And so when we talk about language loss and we talk about it being taken from us, it was often forcefully and physically taken from us. You know, it wasn't just, you can't speak your language here. There was true punishment behind it. It's always a sad story, but I do remember one of our former senior center directors talking about an elder that she knew personally, and this elder, he was crying at his mother's deathbed. And he remembers asking his mother, you know, why didn't you teach me the language? And she told him, I didn't teach it to you so they couldn't beat it from you. They couldn't take it out of you, kind of thing. And so I think these are common stories that we all have. The loss of language is really important for a lot of reasons, though. It's a loss of identity. One of our fluent elder speakers that we still have today, Stephen James, he quoted at one time, he said, you know, the language is our roots, it's our connection, it's what makes us Washoe people, it's our foundation, you know, it's our identity, it's who we are. So when we talk about our culture, our language, our worldview, all of these things are intertwined. You know, when we talk about our experiences on land and this connectedness with our relatives, other tribes surrounding us, those stories are often very much the same. Removal from place. Melba's really nice in telling her story, but I remember her telling me one time that she remembers asking her dad when she was about 7, when they were cleaning up one summer from the boathouse, and he had put all his tools on a shelf. And this was probably 1956, mid-1950s. And she said she asked her dad, you know, why aren't you taking your tools with us to the valley? We'll be back up here next summer. And he told her, you know, we probably won't be coming back next summer. We're not going to be able to live like this anymore, this traditional kind of travel through our homelands. And it's something that a lot of our elders experienced when the immersion school started in the 1990s. Towards the end of it, we also acquired Meeks Meadow and Meeks Bay Resort with a compact with the Forest Service. And we started having summer camps up there, immersion camps for the language. And I remember a lot of the elders at the time remarking that this was their first time coming back to the lake since they were children, and all of the changes that they had experienced, and just this feeling that they weren't welcome here in our homelands anymore. And these were a lot of our elder speakers. Many of them have passed, but even in that kind of 40-year time period from the mid-1950s to the 1990s, they hadn't returned to the lake. Maybe they drove by on Highway 50 or cruised through different places, but they weren't welcome here anymore. Even this building, when it was created in 1960 for the Winter Games, it was in the middle of our Indian Claims Commission. So we were fighting for restitution for our lands, and in the middle of that, people from around the world were welcome here to come and celebrate, to come and participate in this place, and welcome with open arms. And to me, it's always kind of a bit of a slap in the face to think about that, you know, we had to fight tooth and nail for cents on the dollar for what our homelands were, and people were welcome here with open arms in the middle of that. And it wasn't until 1969 that we actually got any sort of payment, and Daryl's always quick to remind us that, you know, our homelands were originally estimated at, you know, well over $100 million of land, just the property value here, and even today it's grown by so much more, but we were given roughly $5 million out of that. So, you know, less than 5% of our original evaluated worth for our homelands. And this is kind of how Indigenous people have been treated for a long time. You know, we're not worth as much as anybody else is. Our perspective on things aren't as important. Our language isn't as important as knowing the English language. And it's things that we start to internalize in the community. But it's been beautiful in doing this work and being able to hang out with Melba all the time to see change happen, to see healing happen in community, and even amongst myself and my own family. One of the things today that I was just smiling about on the drive up here is Melba talking about how big the trees have gotten, how much growth has happened here, how much change she's seen in a positive way. And it's still sad to see the development, but just to think about what destruction had occurred here prior. You know, I was born after the deforestation of the Tahoe Basin, and there was a lot of new growth that occurred at that time, but I remember those stories from our elders. I remember my Uncle Wes talking about his grandpa driving logs up the old Kingsbury with oxen. They used to drag logs up and down for different things and run oxen up into the Tahoe Basin. It's really cool to see this place valued for its natural beauty and given that sort of respect, but it'd also be so cool to see this place respected and the people of this place respected in the same way. The chairman touched on it, but we've been working a lot to include signage around the Tahoe Basin, you know, to recognize not only Washoe people, but to recognize our language, our distinctness. Our language is considered a language isolated, unrelated to any other language in the world, and that's really unique. That's something that we're very proud of. You know, when we lose a speaker, though, that means that we lose so much more than just a speaker. We lose words and phrases that maybe that family held. We lose knowledge of place, plants, animals, medicines, all of these things that are so important to our traditions and our culture. We lose a way of seeing the world that's different than what we can see in English. We've been integrating some linguistic classes into our professional development for teachers, and it's too cool to see that there's a morpheme that identifies truth or fact in Washoe. And it was cool to just have this discussion about you can't lie in the language. You give yourself away if you say you think, you say you heard, all of these ways of gaining information. But when you say you know, you can't say a lie. You don't talk about it as untruth, it has to be factual. And it's cool to see these connections in our language. At one of our gatherings with elders on Fridays, we were talking about prayers, and we were talking about the importance of language, and even the word for prayer. So I was told growing up when we were at the immersion school, you would say, "Gebugayai," tell somebody to pray. It just means kind of like say a prayer. We're real bossy in Washoe sometimes, and it's a good laugh. But Gebugayai, you would say, you know, say a prayer. But you could also say Gawagayai, and Gawagayai also means to talk. And so one of our language teachers, Lisa Eno, she asked our elder Stephen, does that mean that when you talk, it's a prayer? And it was just a really powerful moment to think about our language in that way, to think about it as so sacred, as something that even when we speak in Washoe, it's not just empty words like we might say in the English language, but it's meaningful. Everything is important, everything is beautiful. You even could say you speak things into existence by talking about good things, right? We can speak that positivity and those good feelings into this room, into different places by wishing those things for each other, by saying those things out loud. And it's a reminder of how powerful our language is and how powerful our traditions are and how those things are interconnected and not lost. I think we kind of get bogged down at times, and we really feel the pressure as language teachers of our language being lost. Like, what happens when Melba goes? Who do I talk to? Who do I go to when I need a question answered? And it's also growing into that responsibility ourselves. That when somebody comes to me and asks me to help them with a prayer, that, you know, I do my best, and then I go and check with an elder to make sure that what I said wasn't wrong. That I start to take that responsibility on myself to carry our language forward. We had a master apprentice training a few weeks ago, and I was talking to Leanne Hinton from the Advocates for Indigenous California Language Survival, and she was talking about a tribe, and I forget who she spoke of now, but she said for their master apprentice program, they have their master elder speakers, and they have their apprentices, and they have their master apprentice, which is one individual who's young enough to be an apprentice and excitable about language and knowledgeable about the linguistic end of it and all of those things, but fluent enough to speak fluently with his elders and to be able to kind of fill that gap between our elder speakers who are knowledgeable in the language, but not necessarily classroom teachers like we need at times, and our younger teachers who are filling that role but not necessarily fluent yet. And so it was a cool reminder of, you know, those kind of roles that we need to fill, that I need to step up at times and take a bigger role as an apprentice and as a language learner, that I need to be vulnerable more times and be wronged and be corrected so that we can go through that, so that we can share that as a team, so that we can have those experiences, and it isn't just all left up to any one person to revitalize our language or save our language, because it's never going to work like that. A lot of the stories you hear from other communities are about elders who refuse to teach the language to somebody because they say to that person, if I teach you it, who are you going to speak to? And so we really need to focus on this idea that language is conversational, that it creates community, that it's powerful on so many different ends than just being able to transfer information. And one of the things that I guess I just want to wrap up with before I talk all day is this idea of our youth for the future. And, I've seen a lot of things in my own time as a youth and now as a father. And a lot of people, we look at our kids and we see their problems and we think about the way things were in the past, We think that our kids are the problems or their experiences today are the problems, but that's not the truth. We know that our kids are the solution, and especially if we give them that power to think critically and to evaluate problems, to think about who they want to be as adults and help them, like truly provide support for them, our youth are going to have a better future than we could ever even think of if we give them the opportunity to do so. And so one of the quotes again that Lisa brought up at one time, she said it was our kids that they took to bring the language out of our homes, and it's going to be our kids who bring it back into our homes. And so we really like to work with that focus, to work with our kids, to create community around it. And I just had an elder who we're hoping to bring into our Master Apprentice program, but she came by because my sister's getting married in a couple weeks to drop off something black and blue. It was really cute. And so, but I was talking to her, and her granddaughter, grandniece, I believe it's her grandniece, is writing in the language. She's like a kindergartner now. She knows all of our symbols. She writes it on the whiteboard. She speaks it to her grandmother and her great aunt and her mom. And for me, it's one of those things to see that when we don't have fears around language, when we don't have our preconceived notions about the way things are supposed to be, that when we just come in with open eyes and open ears and we want to learn, that we can learn our language, that we can keep it going, that we can be proud of who we are. And it's been the coolest thing being a father. I said as soon as I had my son that it's a culmination of all the work that I've done since I was a little kid in the immersion program all the way to now as the director, that I get to come home and speak my language to my son. And there's nothing more powerful or meaningful than that to me at this time. So thank you all.
Okay, that's going to be hard to follow, Herman. Herman had a lot of good stuff to talk about, but I don't work for the tribe anymore. I just happened to be here to see what's going on, so they invited me to sit in on the panel, and so I accepted. So I think what I need to talk about a little bit is some of the history of the Washoe and our surroundings. One of the things is people might say, well, how did this place get the name Squaw, right? So there was a romanticized version that when the wagon came through, they saw a bunch of women and they called it Squaw Valley. So what happened though, in reality, was in 1848, a wagon train did come through here. And there was this young man coming through on the wagon train, and all through the trip, he said he's gonna shoot the first Indian that he sees. And that's what he did. When he came through the valley here, he shot a woman, and he killed her. But what happened was the men soon caught up with the wagon train, and I guess they came out in force. And they told the wagon train, you're gonna have to surrender this guy over, or we're gonna wipe the entire wagon train. While they surrendered that guy over. He didn't have a family or anything. He was just some loudmouth kid who wanted to cause trouble. So what the Washoe men did is they went down to the stream and they got Willow and they flogged him to death right then and there. That is quick and swift justice, and I think it was justly so. So that's how the name Squaw really came to be. So there's other. Also, I want to point out, as the chairman said, we're partners with Palisades. So the Palisades have been really good partners with the tribe. We've been able to do many things together. One of the things that I want to point out is the logo that the Palisades has. If you've seen the logo, many of the elements in that logo are the same elements within our logo as well, the tribe. So there's so many things that we hold valuable to us. So I wanted to point that out as well. So this place itself has many archaeological sites. Some of them probably got destroyed whenever the valley was being developed. One of them is down here at the mouth of the, coming into the valley. It's an old site, and what they found were some rock ovens. And the rock ovens are very ancient technology. You see a lot of that in the plateau states, they use that. But what it tells me is that there was camas up here in this meadow, because the rock ovens were food processing for camas. And this is the furthest south that we found the rock ovens in this area. So, like many tribes, we borrow technology from other tribes. So the further north you get, we find more of the rock ovens, and those rock ovens are also used by the tribes north of us. So we see a lot of that. There's also a place up here at the top of the mountain. It's called Ogo Wata. Ogo is bighorn, Wata is stream. And so I've been trying to pinpoint where that place is for many years, based off of place names. And I had to wander all these hills and stuff like that, and it wasn't a free ride. I had to walk up to the top, and it's a haul. But that's what I came to the conclusion is our place up here is called Ogo Wata, and it's at the headwaters of the North Fork American River. And some of these areas, I think the Washoe Trail starts from right up in here somewhere. The Washoe Trail was the way that the immigrants went over into Auburn, the gold fields of California. And so they call it the Washoe Trail. They have a race here every year, one with horses, they use that, and then there's also runners, people running, free running. But what I want to point out also is that the Washoe used that to go back and forth to, I guess, fraternize with the Maidu people, because the Maidu are directly west of us. But what I also want to point out too is during 1860, California passed a law that said you can go out and shoot any native people in California. I think it was $5 for an adult scalp and 25 cents for a child. And so those are the laws that California had passed. And so we're here to talk about truth and healing. I believe that's what the focus of this is about. So we have a chance to speak kind of some sort of the atrocities that went on. I think that was one of the worst things that ever happened to the state of California, and I'm glad that Governor Newsom and his staff are doing this to bring attention to some of those crimes that were committed years ago, because people don't really know that. People don't even hardly know they're still natives. Recently, several years ago, I went to a court case in Sacramento. It was a federal court case, and there was tribal members who testified because it was a looting case. It was a very big looting case. This guy had looted dozens of archaeological sites, and when they caught up with him, he had 1,166 arrowhead projectile points in his collection, along with other items. So we, the tribe, worked with the federal agencies. We had him prosecuted, taken to court. So that's a good thing. It just shows that the agencies, the government is trying to do what they're supposed to be doing, and we were happy for that. But what I also want to point out is I think that what made the difference in the court's decision is that we're actual Washoe people there in testifying. And so with that, they saw that these objects had a real effect on real people, and that's very important. And they probably never even seen a Washoe or a native person really, except on TV. So I think that was good. But I'm getting back to the 1860 law. The Maidu people right on the other side of the hill, that was ground zero for that whole genocide. There's a book out called American Genocide. You guys should get it. It's really good information in there, and it talks about the California genocide, and it focuses on California. And they estimated that there was like several million people in California alone before contact, you know, but it wasn't just the Americans that were committing that. We also had the Spaniards who were coming up from the south. They were very vile in their treatment of Native people. So these are information that people need to know. If you want to know more about Natives and why a lot of Native people are distrustful of the American society, go and read that book. It gives you some insight into why people are. And to this day, you see Native people, they still feel this, how do I say it, distrust. I don't know about animosity, but there is this thing, it's passed through generations. You can talk to the elders. They will tell you stories what their elders had told them as well. I also believe that once that law was enacted, our Washoe people pretty much vacated California. So we were going back and forth all this whole time, right? So we were on both sides of the mountain range going back and forth. But once that law enacted, we just said, forget it, we're gonna go over to Nevada. It's not friendly, but we're not gonna be killed for $5 a head. But also in that law, it allowed you to go out and kill the parents, take the children, and turn them into slaves. And so basically they enacted a slave labor sort of society. So that's important for people to know. The modern population probably doesn't know anything about that, you know, but like I said earlier, I'm glad that Governor Newsom, Christina, and the whole group there are trying to get the word out that there was harmful things that were done to the Native people, and a lot of it we're still feeling the effects. I'm gonna move on now. I don't wanna talk about that anymore. I think you guys get the point. But I do want to thank Herman for what he had said earlier. He's really making a big effort to save our language. Our language is our identity, and it's so very important. It separates us out from all the other people. We don't speak the language of the California peoples or the Great Basin peoples. We're an isolate. That alone tells us that we've been here for thousands of years and all the other tribes squeezed in around us. And that's how we became isolated. One of the things that we talked about before when he's doing the language is that a lot of Washoe people feel embarrassed because they said the wrong thing. And Washoe people should never feel embarrassed. It's just all learning. So when I grew up as a boy, I grew up as Washoe. We grew up doing everything Washoe. Native was the only language spoken in the house, and so it wasn't like, we're gonna have language lessons today. It was like, shut up and listen. You know, they were talking, they were giving us lessons, we just had to accept it. And so that's the way it worked. I want to move on also to some of the other local things, talking about the mistreatment of Washoe people, and not just natives, but over in Minden, Nevada, we still have a siren that goes off at 6 o'clock at night. Originally, that siren was meant to warn all native Washoe people to get off the streets, go home, or go to jail. So that siren still goes off. And our chairman has been working on that, and we also have another councilman here today, Lydell Wyatt, sitting over there. He's been working also on a lot of these subjects as well. There's also, the other name of, getting back to the Squaw Valley name. Before it became Squaw Valley, Joanne Nevers, a tribal elder, she said the name of this place is called Where the Big Deer Run. And her cousin said this is where the whistling deer are. So it has something to do with deer, and it is where the big deer run. And this was their hunting grounds. And I believe what happens is they would herd them into these vertical areas, and the deer couldn't go up there, and so that was the way they did it, and that's how they harvested the deer in this area. But along with deer, in the old days, there was many other resources here, which made it a very desirable place. If you've ever been here in the winter and summer, you'd know how pleasant this valley is and how nice it is. And actually, anything around Lake Tahoe is nice. You can't go wrong. Lake Tahoe is the center of our universe. We have many creation stories, and one of the creation stories is Lake Tahoe, is that the Creator was spreading the seeds of humanity. They would become Paiutes, Miwoks, or Maidu, and he only had a handful of seeds left, and he scattered them in Lake Tahoe, where the Washoe came from. Because he only had a handful of seeds, that's why the Washoe are a small tribe. We've always been small because of that. But he also knew that the Washoe would take care of his special place, which is Ta'au, Lake Tahoe. Ta'au is also called Ta'awaka. So within the tribe itself, we have very many variations of language differences. It's all the same. We just have different areas that... Am I overgoing? Am I talking too long? Okay. Sorry, I don't want to hog it. We got one more person yet. But there's a lot of good things that the tribe has done and contributed to the state, the federal governments, and other local entities, working with them, creating many different avenues. For example, the tribe even has land right here at the mouth of this valley. We have, I think, 5 acres down here we own in this valley. We have land scattered all over the place, and that's been one of our goals, is to acquire lands wherever we can get them for the benefit of the Washoe people, so we can get back on the landscape. Partnering with people like state parks, they recognize how valuable it is to have the Washoe return to these places to carry on that tradition and our culture and heritage. They're helping us to preserve our culture, and for that, we want to thank state parks here. Thank you, guys. Yes. Maybe we can get a point whenever you guys get a fire, we'll have some reeds on some of your wildfires. We have a reed right here, Lydell. He's also one of our fire guys. He's a firefighter and a resource advisor on fire lines. So he's a fire line resource advisor, which is very important. We want to see that out there. We can talk about that later. I think that's about all I wanted to talk about. Talk about some of the good stuff, some of the bad stuff. This is called Truth and Healing, so I had to bring up the bad stuff. I'm not trying to be making anybody feel guilty or anything like that. You know, I'm just saying the truth, and that's what this is about. And I think once you start talking the truth, then you begin to heal as well, because then we have other people that feel the same way. And it's not just the Native people, but all peoples throughout the world. They've got similar stories, I'm sure. Anyway, thank you. I'm going to pass you on to Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Gerald. I actually had some slides. Yeah. So I'll just say it's the same slideshow that was up earlier. Okay. So Hungamahaji, Stephanie Dugumdiat Kalai. I mentioned earlier I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm going to talk about the effects of historical and intergenerational trauma, as well as healing, and so hopefully the slides will come up. But I will just share that I was born and raised in Southern California. My father, Randall Mushrush, he was born Johnny Sally. His mother was Shirley Sally. His father was Lovan Fred. There's a lot of history in my family, and I know that I'm human too. Emotion will come up for me even speaking about this, but I will say that trauma has affected my family, and thankfully I'm honored and humbled to be able to be part of healing in my family. Because of issues with addiction, my grandmother actually gave up her children either to adoption or fostering with family members or with strangers, most of them with white families, and my father was one. So he was born Johnny Sally, they changed his name 16 days after he was born, which is when he was adopted. And that's how we have this name, Mush Rush. But thankfully, somehow, despite it being before the Indian Child Welfare Act, my father's adoption was open, and so were his siblings. So we were always, he was always allowed to visit his siblings who were also adopted and fostered out. He visited Hungalelti, he visited his family in Woodfords as a child with his siblings, and we've always known that we were Washoe. However, I know that we're not the only family that was affected in that way. There's many people in the Washoe community and other tribes who were greatly affected by these effects of intergenerational trauma. So we'll move forward to the next slide. And so what is historical trauma? It's this collective experience that we've been talking about, and everyone's families were impacted differently, but the tribe as a whole was impacted. It affects us emotionally, psychologically, in these communities, descendants, and it just continues to unfold in that way. We can move forward. And so I shared this earlier because just acknowledging the 4 directions of the Washoe people, the 4 seasons, and these 4 aspects of wellness, because it's also part of, like when we think about how trauma impacted all the things that were shared by my relatives, thinking about the Comstock load, the different waves of colonization, displacement, loss of hunting rights, these traditions that our Washoe ancestors maintained for thousands of years to be well and to thrive in these homelands. We'll move forward. So these effects, of course, I mentioned my own family's story. The boarding school specifically really had it was a huge hit to Washoe families. Thinking about that transfer and sharing of language and traditions and ceremonies, culture, food, all of the different ways that we know that those things have not been lost, but there was a great hit to those traditions once the boarding school took effect, the boarding school policy. And so that changed the family structure, including adoption, including other things like that. And relationships. I know a couple of my relatives already talked about some of these internalized feelings and kind of maybe overall views. It's internalized with the people, not only in Washoe people, I'm sure in everyone's tribal communities, you probably know what we're talking about. If you could go back, I'm sorry. I didn't identify myself as this way, but I'm actually a member of our first Washoe Tribal Health Board, and so I'm very honored and excited to be part of that. There's 5 Washoe health practitioners who sit on this board, and we just became official as of January of this year, and so that's something that we're looking at too, is how trauma affects our physical well-being and our emotional, mental, physical, spiritual. And so we do see these high rates of co-occurring issues, and that includes mental health and addiction, different things that we see in most tribal communities. The highest rates of mental health issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, addiction. In urban settings, folks living on the streets, unsheltered, and different issues like that. And it presents across all these aspects of wellness, as I mentioned earlier. We can move forward. These are some of the expressions. So historical unresolved grief. I really like these definitions because it kind of describes things that I didn't know had like names for. But this is historical trauma that has not been sufficiently acknowledged, expressed, or otherwise addressed. Disenfranchised grief is when loss cannot be voiced publicly or is not publicly acknowledged. This includes the lack of recognition for their right to grieve these things. So that, I think, is really relevant in our tribal community, especially being basically in a border town next to Minden and Gardnerville, where it's mostly white folks. And there's a lot of invalidation, there's a lot of that internalized oppression that our ancestors and our families went through to survive in that area. In internalized oppression, it's when traumatized people internalize the views of the oppressor and perpetuate cycles of self-hatred, which manifests itself in negative behavior. So often that's like what we see when someone's in a state of depression. We see that a lot in our communities. Thankfully, you know, we have some really great programming that's, you know, official supports at the Washoe Tribal Healing Center, as well as community supports, people who do engage in, like on an official level, like Herman, also on a community level. I know that Herman and his family, like there's so many families that engage in these traditions, the pine nut dance, different things like that that are being revived, and the prescribed burns or the cultural burnings of the work that goes on. I think a lot of people in most tribal communities, we have these official hats, and then we have our community and family hats where we're basically 100% of the time doing this work because, like everyone shared before, it's part of us, it's in our hearts, wherever we are, it's part of that lens that will never be removed. We can move forward. And so Darryl Cruz touched on this earlier. I really, really like the work of Dr. Maria Yellow Horse Braveheart. She's a leading expert about looking into Native psychology and trauma and healing. And so these are her 4 major components of historical trauma interventions. So the first step is confronting historical trauma and embracing our history. So I feel like we're really, really at this first step. It might seem like there's a lot of work, I mean, there is definitely a lot of work being done, but we're still really at the beginning. Understanding the trauma, releasing our pain, and transcending the trauma. So this truth-telling is really an important piece. That we say, I mean, just like literally using your voice. Sometimes if things are so painful, you might feel pain in your throat. You might get a lump in your throat. And sometimes you don't speak those pains or those things that are hurtful. But when you actually say them out loud, it's healing. And so that's what I hope is part of what's going to be happening with all of these different meetings and sharings, that be really a part of people using their voice, especially when we've been silenced for so long. One more slide or so. Okay, so thinking about healing in Washishuete, like, I know we represent different quadrants of that whole, so I just kind of wanted to have this visual up and have everyone think about. I know we talked about the language and culture department and that official work, as well as the work being done in community, I mean, in the actual families' homes and households, the language being spoken, that being part of healing. Also, thinking about healing, I know Darryl mentioned the sundown siren in Minden. I think it was really beautiful recently, a really last minute thing that happened. There's a Senate Bill 391 that was being presented at the Nevada State Legislature. A number of Washoe people came together in person there in Carson City. Our chairman tuned in from Las Vegas. Like, we had different representatives who came together as one people to speak up against this siren, because that is a part of the trauma. And so, you know, all of the years, all of the work from people in the past to the present, like, that was a big moment, I think. And I just saw an article yesterday that bill passed the Senate. but it has more steps. It has to pass the assembly, and then the governor has to sign it. So there's still more hurdles that we have to overcome. But to have that stop would be very healing for the Washoe people, thinking about our elders, thinking about all of the things that might have even contributed to my grandmother and what led up to her addiction, what led up to her imbalance that ended up impacting our whole family for generations. So thinking about the healing that's happening. I'm thinking about, the change names, changing the place names and changing the narrative and having that visual representation of the language, of the people. It's really good to have that representation because that has been an issue with invisibility. And for generations, the settler colonial narrative being the priority. And to change that, it's huge. And that has impacts in, I didn't put it up on here, but if we think about the 4 stages of life, baby, youth, adult, elder, those healing pieces affect the children. That impacts their mental health. That will help their healing. That will help them feel proud. That will help them learn how to say, and I will do my best at saying this, but Melanie Smokey, she told me one time, she's like, Di estoy liha. That's my best attempt. I'm strong. Di estoy liha. And so to teach children how to say that, and adults, I'm in my 40s and I'm just learning, but that's part of healing too, and it's good to hear my Washoe relatives talk these encouraging words about learning, because that's part of healing too, is modeling that for all ages, for the babies, the youth, the elders. So I think that might be my last slide. Yes, so Uma Angwi. But yeah, just wanted to hopefully drive home that there's this balance between the positive and the negative. We're gonna have both, and we don't wanna have that imbalance where we only focus on one or the other. We know that they both exist and we need both of them for this balance that our ancestors lived and used for thousands of years, and that's why we're here today. Oh, dingat.
So, as we were going around talking, of course, I knew we were going to feed off of each other. Because we can never remember everything all at once. But we're all, we work together as teams and really as a tribe. Something that was been brought up, and I had it written down initially also, is what we do, or we've been working on in forms of trying to correct these social justices and dealing with trauma, is the sundowner siren that we deal with. I started a campaign in 2019 just as awareness. It's always been talked about in my household. I know it affects a lot of our Washoe people, but it's something that was never really brought forward. There were attempts to deal with it in the early 2000s, and once those were shot down, everybody kind of gave up. The siren's been going off for over 100 years. So I just really wanted to bring awareness, and then it brought so much attention that it came to the point to where we can do something and we should do something. And so there were early attempts, but this is where I call it a living piece of trauma, is that it still scares people. When I first started having meetings and doing things to not just bring awareness, but take action on it, I didn't have anybody with me in those meetings. Nobody showed up, whether it was the scheduling conflict or whatever. Even when I brought it back the first time, I had members of my own community saying, why did you do that? We have to live here. I was like, I live here. It causes fear inside people's hearts, physical fear. Me, myself, I'm not really afraid of anything. I use my experiences in life to bring things forward. I'm I am an Army veteran. I served in the Army. I served in combat over in Iraq. I served my country. I served my state in the Nevada National Guard, and I served overseas again with them. And so, you know, I'm not afraid to bring anything up and using my position as to, you know, what the people really want. You know, I was unafraid to do so. And luckily, it took years to come around. And then we got more and more people that wanted to be involved and finally started really coming out and speaking out. But we didn't have that initially. It took a little while. So that's why it's something, it's, as I put it, is, you know, we can't heal or fix issues if we're not recognizing that there's a problem or there's an issue. And we hid that, the siren, we hid it for all those years. We pushed it aside and didn't want to deal with it anymore. But we'll never heal if we don't do that. So that's why I took the initiative, and now I'm glad we have a much more support. I was able to meet through my connections. We were able to get a representative of the Nevada State Legislature to rewrite that bill that will fully work to hopefully shut it down. But that's not, it's, even if this bill is fully passed and signed, that's not the end of it. You know, this is something, we're messing with another piece of what, say, the townspeople view as their culture. They don't think there's anything wrong with it. And so we're gonna get a lot of fight, but we have to be ready to continue to push that fight. You know, this is just a start. We're still pushing this bill through the state. My next step is to start enacting within Congress. I'm going to be presenting a resolution to the National Congress of American Indians to at least get a start. But I've met with a lot of our representatives in Congress. Just last week, I was in Washington, D.C., so my days get kind of mixed up because I was just there and I came back and all this crazy stuff happened. But I met with our District 3 California rep, Kevin Kiley, who is the representative around all of the Lake Tahoe area on the California side. And he really doesn't know anything about tribes. He doesn't, you know, he's only been in office 3 months, so he's very fresh, so I wanted to meet with him right away, establish, you know, who we are, and, you know, invite him out to our functions, let him see the people, let him witness it, because we need that support. But that's just one thing that we're working on. A couple other things I wanted to just hit on, because we do have the next panel, and so, you know, I had to bounce my topics around. But how I view language and culture is that's, you know, the trauma is what caused the loss of our language and culture. I tell everybody assimilation is working still. It's still working. That's why I have a huge push for language and culture within our tribe, because when we talk about issues within our communities, you know, why are the youth so defiant? How come they don't respectful anymore? How come people don't do this or do that? I view it as a loss of identity. You know, assimilation is kicking in, and we're not being Washoe people anymore. We're not being a tribe anymore. Even an example, when we have council meetings and I have issues brought up, they're like, well, what is the tribe doing about this? Or what's the tribe doing about that? What's the tribe doing about, you know, saving our culture? Well, a lot of people view the tribe as the organization. The tribe is the people. And that's where the root of everything, you know, comes from. It's very unfortunate, but we're not getting our teachings in our households anymore. We took it for granted all those years, believing that the knowledge would continue to be passed down for years and years to come, the way it always has. But unfortunately, it's not. We have a lot of, it's not just youth, it's adults also. Even some of my own peers don't know the history of us, of our own people, or have a different belief because of things that they heard, not truly listening to, you know, the whole of the groups of elders and the stories that have been taught down to us. So that's where we take action as to what can we do as an organization to bring that back, because it's not going to happen on its own. unfortunately. We have to intervene. We have to create new things and programs to bring that out into the households and hopefully make that change in our current culture, which is, not giving those teachings, and change that and bring it back. It's in our hopes to do so. I know every single one of us that's here. That's why we're here. To share that and learn as well. I learn a lot on my travels and listening to other tribes and how they brought the culture back, how they brought the language back. Because success is there. Some tribes are doing really well when it comes to those. We're just a little bit behind, but we have to take that step sometime, somewhere. Excuse me. But dealing with hardships is something that I think as Washoe people are used to, not just in the past, but current. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the $5 bounty that was on Washoes was actually in Nevada City, which is just, was it in Nevada City? Yeah, and it specifically said Washoe people, scalps, Washoe scalps. Nevada City is just a little ways down the road from here. So, that's what we had to deal with. We deal with current things, current issues, healing from trauma. We'll talk in the next panel more about what we're doing to intervene and make those partnerships to do better. But we do deal with a lot. Natural disasters are another form of hardship that we used to deal with differently, but we have to, deal with them in a separate manner now. I actually, another thing I did when I was in Washington, D.C., I actually just gave spoke on a panel to the Native American Finance Officers Association to let tribes know that how we're dealing with a lot of the current issues that have happened within our tribe. But a lot of those things, they contribute to us losing a little bit more and more of culture, of resources, the intervention of certain areas is probably not an original Washoe way of culture, but we have to do it because it's not going to fix itself, unfortunately. And so that's what we really dedicate ourselves to. And we'll talk more about that because I got a whole list of other things, but that's for the next panel. Did you want to finish off with anything?
So the chairman touched on this and it brought it to mind with the finance presentation, but one of the things, and this is actually when we did the name change, everybody was hitting up Daryl because everybody wanted an article and needed somebody from the tribe to speak. And one of the ones that I ended up doing was for ESPN, for the women's magazine, because it's referenced to Native women. But one of the things that came up in that interview that I thought was important that I wanted to say here today was, millions, if not billions of dollars were spent to take our language and culture, to take our language and homeland. And we need that same sort of financial support to bring these things back. With tribes specifically, we're always competing for grant dollars for state and federal funding and so on and so forth, usually project specific. But as the chairman said, we're talking about an entire people, an entire way of life. And I'm not saying that dollars is going to fix that specifically, but it helps. And I think that we need that same sort of intention from our partners of supporting our language and culture, supporting land back to tribes and all of these things that are important for our healing long term. But I think that that's an important one. We know so much was spent to take all of these things away, and we're going to need just as much to make sure that we can bring these things back.
All right, we won't go into lunch, I guess, so. Oh. I guess Brianna has a couple of things, and then we can answer any questions.
These are just, as you said, things that came up as other people were talking, like, I feel like I can touch on language, my personal experience with language, my personal experience with trauma, my personal experience with, racism or the environment. I think one big thing to touch on is that, genocide has been attempted on so many different levels for Native people, physically with the $5 scalps killing people, with boarding schools, removal of language, With the environment, removal from our land removes our history and our presence in the area. Many people in Tahoe don't even know that there's a tribe still here. People who have lived here their whole lives are like, what's Washoe? That's the name of the county. It's the name of the courts. It's like, where do you think that name came from? It's, after a whole group of people that lives here, still lives here and resides here. There's, Meeks Bay Resort, which is operated by the Washoe tribe, and speaking with tourists, they're like, what are these weird names on the cabins? It's like, those are all Washoe names. They're like, what's Washoe? It's like, oh no, That's why I think it's so important for us to be here and to have this opportunity in this venue to share our experience, and that we're still fighting for just simply having presence in our homelands. We don't own much land here. We own a couple very small parcels that are regulated by the Forest Service or in trust, so we don't have full permission to use those lands. We're constantly in competition with tourism, with tourists here. A lot of people saying they don't feel comfortable coming here or they're scared to come here because just based on skin tone, I've been told to go back to my country, and it's like, I live here, like I'm from here, my people are from here. Just having to contend with tourists in your own homelands where you're looking for solace, ceremony, peace of mind to reconnect with the land and your culture, we just don't have that opportunity anymore. So I think the big things is land acquisition. Like, how can the Washoe tribe purchase land or enter into agreements where we have more access to land so we can hold those ceremonies, so we can have that privacy. Meeks Bay Resort is one of the few places where Washoes do feel comfortable going, and if we have a ceremony there, people are coming and taking pictures, and you're having to ask them to stop or please respect our privacy. It's not a show. We're just trying to live and maintain our way of life, which has been made very difficult in modern day and age. So I think, having these partnerships with other agencies, with environmental agencies, is very important to let people who are already established in the Tahoe Basin know, how they can better help tribes and what our issues are, and why we are so concerned and fighting so hard to have that presence in the Tahoe Basin, because it's all been taken away. There's not much left, and trying to reestablish ourselves in our homelands has been very difficult. As Chairman mentioned, I have a lot more environmental projects to speak on in the next panel. Partners, we've established good partnerships, partnerships that could be improved, and what we're doing to, make those relationships good and long-lasting and sustainable. That's all. Thanks.
Any questions? Everybody's ready for a break? Someone? Oh.
I just want to commend you on the great work that you guys are doing and how inspiring it is to others. And the Meeks Bay, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was telling my family about Meeks Bay, and because we've taken families there to camp, and done cultural camps there. And it's such a beautiful place, and then to have the Washoes actually help host it was even more beneficial to our families. So if we could do something like that in our area, we'll talk to you, state. There's none in Tulare County, though. I was just looking it up. No state parks in Tulare County. But maybe you can help us with our county parks. Because one of the county parks in Visalia, Cutler Park, named after one of the founders of Visalia, was actually where my mom grew up, where my mom was born, and where the family, grew up. So maybe you guys can help us with that. Anyway, thank you. Oh, and then the other county park is Mooney's Grove, named after another founder. But they have a museum there, which has a lot of our baskets, a lot made by our family and other people in the local area. So we took our children there about 3 weeks ago, and we wanted them to see those baskets, see some of the pictures, give them our interpretations, and let our families experiences. But there also was some pounding rocks there with acorns, and so our kids started using them, and then they were reprimanded by the museum staff. Don't do that, you're gonna break it. And so it's just like so we had to have follow-up discussions with the museum staff. But it's like you said, we're visitors in our own land. Those bowls that they collected were probably used by the children's ancestors that they were there trying to use them. And the spirit may have called them to come use me, come, pick me up and use me, touch me, feel me. You know, all these baskets and so-called artifacts are living, it's our living culture. And so for our children to be called to do that, it should have been a very special time for them and for all of us. So anyway, thank you for your work.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, that is a hard part. It is something that when we did, even when we signed the MOU for the California State Parks side, the director did make a statement that it's very unfortunate that we have to go through this formal process and do all this paperwork to give us access to our lands. But we'll do whatever we have to do. We'll get into more land acquisition stuff in the next panel also. But that is the tough part, working with, it almost seems easier working with federal government and then more of your state departments and then with state parks than working with local governments. Local governments are probably the hardest to work with. And that's why we usually have to jump, all the way up to the top, because we want to be good partners. We want to work with people now, because we fought. In my way of thinking is, we've fought this long, we've got nowhere. So we need to work more collaboratively. But that doesn't mean that we just give up either. I mean, we do have to continue to fight in certain areas, and some of those fights will last a lifetime. But it's just taking that stance on our part, as to what is our stance, is what we're going to focus on, especially in this area. Like Tahoe itself is a very difficult place to navigate. There's over 37 boards and committees that you have to navigate through that control the whole area. It's very complex. I have seats on some of those committees, but that's actually something I'm working on next. And I guess we're kind of jumping into partnerships and what we're doing. That's something I'm looking at working on, hopefully within the next year or 2 years, is that all of those entities do have to answer to a higher board. It was attempted once by the Washoe tribe years ago, and then it was dropped. I don't know exactly why, but to get a seat on that overall committee for Lake Tahoe it takes an act of Congress. And so that's what I'm working for, and that's why I want to building rapport with our members of Congress, so that they'll support the Washoe tribe having a seat on that board, that overall governing board, because that is our stance. This is our homelands. So another project that we're working on, but we try to do as much as we can, as fast as we can, because like any other government, we only have a certain amount of time to do it in. You're elected through terms. And doing this stuff takes a lot of effort, but it takes the backing of everybody as well. You can't do anything without the people. I think that's something that we lost focus on, that I'm still working on, of more processes. It's goofy because we talk about being a tribe. Being a tribe, we have the ability to do things the way we want to do them. But yet we still follow formal government rules, and we need to break away from that. I talked to one of our former chairmen from a while back, even before I decided to get into this field, and asked him, what do you think would be the best thing for tribes? And he said, get rid of tribal governments, because that makes us not a tribe anymore. We're following, the Butler ways, as far as the white people ways. We're not doing things in our ways that we've always have been. But again, that's changing culture. We're in a culture of this is how we've been doing it since 1935. So still not 100 years old, but it's this is what we've become. And now we know this is how we have to fight. We have to push bills through. We have to, work in these governmental areas to get what we want, because we can't fight the way we used to. That just, it's not going to happen again. But I think, especially for the state of Nevada, on the Nevada side, it's pretty historic. I think we have the most bills ever pushed through in a single session from the tribes, from groups of tribes, from coalitions of tribal organizations. We had a lot of bills pushed through, and then it's probably one of the first bills that we as a Washoe tribe, pushed through a state bill, directly backing from us. And we hope to do more, but it's just being involved like that. Again, it's hard working in our tribal governments, depending on how your government is, structure, capacity. Capacity is always hard, very hard for all of us. We wish we could do more, but we just don't have the people. We don't have the people to do more work or be involved. And that's what we do, is look at, how do we do that? Our language program was one of the main ones that we're focusing on, is how do we expand that to where it's in the household? And we all have ideas. We're not a per capita tribe, but we're building an economic development. And I was even just thinking in my head, I was like, we could give a payment method for levels of fluency for the language as an incentive for people to want to, or to really almost force language. Because like Herman mentioned, things, money isn't the answer to all problems, but it does give incentive, and it is helpful in getting what we need. Because the government's never going to give us what we need. Everything they put in place is working. Like I said, assimilation is working. And we're constantly held down. But yeah. Any other questions? Yes?
I just want to make a comment that, since we're from Tulare County, and I live in Fresno County, but, my mom, where she was born, was, like I said, east of Fresno, and we're in that area. They're also having the problem with the name change, S-word, S-word Valley, A lot of the local Native people there were against the name change, unfortunately, but we're so happy that they finally made it a state law to change that name. So I remember in growing up, my mom, she didn't live on that highway area where that community is, but she lived in the valley, maybe 5 miles south of there, which she always referred to as Drum Valley. And it's so funny because in hearing you talk, I remember my mom hardly ever using that term to locate the area where she lived and was raised. She always says Drum Valley. But, I just wanted to let you know that we're having that same issue in our area. So I was so happy when we learned that this area got name changed.
Yeah, like I said, it was a long fight, and I think it was very fortunate that we were able to get that name change before the bill even came about for California, right before. And Senator Ramos has been doing a lot. If you don't know who he is, he's the California State Legislation Senator, and he is a tribal member. And he pushes a lot through that we need. I think that was SB 2022. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we were coming from, where were we coming from? Truckee area. And we were looking for the turn to come here. And the sign, we were looking for Olympic Valley, but the sign still says S Valley. I don't know who's responsible, but can you get that changed?
Yeah, we're still working on that one. And again, these are different levels of, a lot of the towns changed the buildings, started changing names on their own, which was good. But when it comes to roads, that's going to be more local. When it comes to roads on the highway, then we're dealing with a different part of forestry. And then you have the Tahoe National Forest, who we're also working with. And it's all different entities. I wish it was easy as just one. Hey, we changed the name, change everything now. But it's not. And then it is kind of an excuse that they use is, of course, it's very expensive to make name changes to these signs and then put it up there. But what we're working at, again, especially with the Tahoe National Forest, is kind of like Herman mentioned also, is incorporating language. And once that sign those signs do change, it is gonna, well, in our hopes is to, we'll have, you know, a Washoe word on there. But for the Tahoe National Forest, one thing specific we're working on, because that's all the way around, is once you cross that line into Tahoe National Forest, it's going to say homelands of Washoe people. So, you know, it's something that's a chip away at it. And it is, and that's the biggest sign still right there. That's coming this way. I don't think it coming this way, it's different on 80, if I remember correctly. But coming from California side, it still says that, yeah.
Daryl, do you know about approximately how long it took you working with Palisades to get the name changed? Like how many years?
It only took a few months.
Oh, excellent.
Yes. What was good about that is Palisades, they initiated the whole thing. And we were already on this naming frenzy anyway, naming Washoe names. So they knew that it was derogatory, so they took it on themselves. And that was the easiest part.
That's great to hear. I think like working with some other agencies or companies even, like with the siren, it's a little bit harder. Palisades was very willing. We did an Earth Day up here at Palisades as part of our partnership. We also have speaking engagements throughout the summer to teach about Washoe culture and history in the area. But somebody came up to me and I was like, yeah, I'm with Washoe Environmental. They're like, oh, well, what do you think about the name change? I was like, I think it's about time. And they're like, well, why? Like, it just means woman, doesn't it? I was like, not in Washoe. So there's really no place for that name here. And she's like, but it's just so tragic. Like, of course, she was not an indigenous person. She's like, you know, with the Olympics here and like all the history here. And I'm like, what about the Washoe history here? And she's like, are you native? I was like, yes. She's like, are you full blood? I'm like, whoa, where is this going? And why does this even matter? You know, it's a word that's offensive. It's past due for these things to be changed. Same with football teams. Like, change these names. Every bay and stream in the Tahoe Basin has a Washoe name. And, you know, the language department has been working very hard to get some of these place names reestablished. The Washoe tribe has been working very hard to reestablish some of these bodies of water as traditional bodies of use to the Washoe tribe for cultural fishing, for subsistence fishing. We don't have access to the lake anymore. It's like, how can we get more access? And unless we have partners who are willing to listen and make these changes, it becomes very difficult. And luckily, you know, as Daryl was saying, Palisades was very willing and ready to make this change. And, you know, that's why we're here. They've been great partners. They've offered this room, and they continue to work very hard to maintain a good, healthy, sustainable relationship. Thank you.
Thank you for talking about that, because that brought something for me. I don't think we've mentioned it yet, but thinking about the tie, even with the siren, you know, there was a public commenter who called in and asked about what do tourists think of the siren if they come into Minden Gardnerville and this air raid siren goes off? It's like a frightful sound. So thinking about tourism in this area, doing these I don't know the order of the words, place name changes, changing the name of these places is good for business. It's good because the nation as a whole is shifting, you know? So we are in a post-George Floyd society. We were all touched by that. I mean, I'm guessing that not one person in this room does not know who George Floyd is. We probably all know what happened in 2020. It shifted and shook the so-called United States, native country. And so that, I know some of these efforts were being put forth, like Palisades was already in motion before George Floyd. There were already people waking up in this area, which is great. Allies, non-native allies, waking up to injustice and the maltreatment of native people. But when George Floyd happened, I think everyone woke up and we started hearing and seeing all these corporations and businesses like acknowledging like who was owning the businesses. They were starting to look at their business practices, the kind of like what they were putting out publicly. And we know, or I remember at least, just seeing all these businesses taking that accountability. We were also, at least in urban settings, we were like trying to buy from Black-owned businesses, Native-owned, POC-owned businesses, and trying to actually seek out those businesses that were conscious or had some sort of like awareness of these things. And it's connected to this truth-telling across the country too, you know? So it's like, it's good for business because I think even though, yes, there's maybe if we look at the population of folks who are coming for tourism, I know there's certain, even like hiking and outdoor industries, I think stereotypically it's non-POC, non-Black, non-Indigenous POC people who are on the trails in these modern times. They have more access. But there are efforts being put forth to uplift Native and Black and other people of color, their voices, their struggles, and we're seeing that they're all connected. So that's something, you know, I mentioned earlier that I work in the greater Los Angeles area, Tongva territory, and that's something that is being talked about more in those urban settings as well. Although I know, you know, Reno's not far off. We have like this really interesting mix of rural and urban right here. And so there's a real opportunity to kind of lift ourselves to that time, and it's like a win-win, you know? Yes, it may cost money, but I really like what Herman said earlier, like let's match, you know, match the level of what things were destructed at. Let's match that for the healing and for the restoration, and there's another word, like when you, not restore, I can't think of the word, but anyhow. But I really wanted to just talk about that because we're in this time, and some people talk about it as the seventh generation. I think around the Standing Rock era, when we were hearing about Standing Rock and all the different movements across Native country to protect sacred sites from mining. Here, you know, we're not far from Thacker Pass, Pihi Maha. I know that Washoe lands have been affected by mining as well. But we're inspired by that time. Lost my train of thought, something about Standing Rock, but but anyhow, but yeah, I think it's all part of this unfolding for healing, for us waking up, starting to tell the truth, acknowledge what's really happened to our people, and know that this is part of, I guess, more medicine real teaching is the Black, the red, the yellow, and the white people coming together to heal. So, thank you.
I'd like to say something because I think education is everything. For a long time, not just our Native people, but all peoples seem to deny what they kind of knew, maybe kind of thought about, but we just didn't talk about it. But I think by putting it out there on the table and saying, hey, this is what happened to us, Natives have found their voice. Let's not go back to where it's no longer said. But once you say it, it's out there, and you need to start doing something about it. And coming together with all peoples is great, because honestly, I tell everybody, whether they are European or whatever, when they come here, you are indigenous from somewhere. If you go past in your past and, you know, see who your great-great-great-great-great-grandparents were, then you will know you're all indigenous from someplace. And I think that's what runs through all of us in order to make us able to look at that problem and say, okay, hey, this happened to this person and I know what happened to them. But you know what? We're going to make it better. it's not about pointing fingers, it's about realizing that it was a mistake or wrongdoing perhaps, but it can be corrected. For ages, my cousin Lana and I, well, my auntie Lana, we always did a little class on indigenous ways and being able to cope with different things, and we did them in the communities if we were invited. And so we've been talking for a long time. Well, one of the things is racism is ridiculous to us. I mean, you just shouldn't do it. I own my own business, and even in my own business, I've had people come in, and my best friend who opened the business with me is non-native, and she would be sitting there, and they would talk directly to her and ignore me totally. So we started playing the game. She'd talk about it, and then the person would say, well, let me speak to your manager. And she would go, well, you can speak to the owner, she's right here. And then she'd get up and leave. So, I mean, it's there, but it's doing something about it. And even if it's in jest, talking about it, it's open. That's part of healing. It really is.
Just to have worked in the cultural field for the last 20 years, thoughts and ideas about MOUs and granting free access and, eliminating gathering permit needs, that was like a pie in the sky thought, right? It was like, man, are we really gonna get there someday? And so to be here today is exciting. I was talking to Hanome, to live through a paradigm shift in an institution is amazing. You don't get that in a career very often. To introduce ideas like traditional management practices that my friend Lydell introduced, as compared to best management practices. That's neat, it's exciting. It's exciting for us as land managers to be a part of this right now. So it's a special time.
Yeah, and so let's just say real quick too is that, as I talked about kind of overall, I think that's something that we kind of got lucky on also, is that things are happening across the nation at the same time. But at the same time, we were not afraid to speak out as well. And so I think we were able to move things along a lot faster because we were acknowledging things, we were bringing things out. And then as the world, or I guess not the world, but American things were happening where then people started recognizing it a lot easier, a lot faster. And, again, not, it could have been just because of knowing it was bad for business. But, at least to be able to get some of the things that we've accomplished so far is a huge wins. That we never thought was possible. Yeah. So, I guess it's, is it, oh yeah.
Sir. Get what you ongoa the awaga yego. Treat it good, family. Lake Tahoe, I mean, you see millions of people come here from all around the world to feel good, to see its beauty. So I think, again, all you guys showing up and experiencing that with us, and we welcome you. And again, thanks to State Parks for allowing us to get back to our homelands and gather. That's a huge win for us. And I speak on behalf on the majority of our tribe, on the off-reservation people, they call us. But we're all Washoe, we're all from these places, we're all from here. And from what I see on how to do the truth and healing is we need to fix that circle. That circle's been broken for a while. And now we're in that monarchy system, the triangle. So we need to get back to the truth and healing of it, which is connecting that circle. And this is a big step for that healing. And we appreciate all you guys showing up. And it does have to go back to language and our land and immersing ourselves. And thank you for our departments from for the Washoe tribe showing up. But for our people, for the off-reservation, the real healing is right here, back here at home, Da'awaga. We're from here. So again, if we could continue to work with the agencies and multiple proponents, and again, state parks allowing us to get back home, we may perhaps work more with the Forest Service and all the other agencies. Chairman mentioned that we have to jump up to the federal lands. Well, this is where we get our healing from. This is where we get our medicine. So for a lot of us, we want to come back home. There's more than just a few of us here. There's a whole tribe, and like you said, the tribe is the people. So again, our efforts are to come back home. And again, we welcome you guys, so thank you. That's all I had to say. I feel good.
Well, thank you all. That was really powerful and really, really meaningful to hear from you in your own voices what the council should be thinking about and what people should be thinking about as they enter your homelands. You're off the hook for a little bit. You can get some rest before the next panel, and then we'll invite you back after lunch. We do have a little bit of time still, so we're going to go over some of the subcommittees that are open, and then we'll also turn it over to the Indian Heritage Center to tell you about some of the activities they have and some of the swag that they've brought. But please feel free to visit with each other. This part is like less formal. And then lunch should be here in maybe 30-ish minutes. So we'll kind of adjust the schedule to accommodate folks being able to eat comfortably. And then we'll probably start our next panel around 2:30. So feel free to take a break. I'm gonna start talking about some of the subcommittees, and then I'll also invite up the Indian Heritage Center to tell you about some of the activities you can do as well. Thank you. I can. I just have it on my phone. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
All right, I guess we'll get started on the second section of the panel, Tribal Partnerships in the Lake Tahoe region. The panel is intended to highlight the successes of tribal partnerships with state, federal, and private entities while also discussing where partnerships should be improved or established. I know Palisades, Mr. Tom has the timeline here, so we're going to let you go first.
Thanks. Nice to see all you guys here. I'm really excited you guys got to come here and be part of this here today, and I get to be part of it today. Again, my apologies. I actually have an appointment in Truckee at 4, and I was thinking this was going to start about 1. so I might scoot out of here at 3:30, so my apologies. I think, maybe a few things on our partnership with the tribe and how we kind of look at it and feel about it. From my perspective, we kind of put it in 3 buckets, right? And the first bucket is, how do we create opportunities for our guests here to come and learn about the culture and the traditions of the Washoes? How to hear the stories, from them, like when Herman and Rihanna were here and last summer, and how do we just make that knowledge available to the folks that come and visit our resort here and probably don't have exposure to that in any other way, and how do we expand that, right? And so part of it's through the talks, part of it is through we've got a showcase up at High Camp, which is the building that's kind of up the tram, up that way, up that big rocky face, which we intend to expand and hopefully just keep making bigger and better and more informative. So that's kind of one bucket. And then a second bucket, equally important, is how do we create an opportunity for more folks within the tribe to come here and be part of what we're doing here. And, through, providing ski access or, access up our tram or lessons to the youth in the tribe and things like that. 'Cause I think it's, for me and for Dee, our COO, and for Ron Cohen, who was our COO when we did the rename, really, trying to create a situation where folks from the tribe felt comfortable and would come and visit with us up here, I think is a second bucket that we're really, we find really important. And then the third bucket is, how do we support on, continuing down this path of name change, right? I think for us, it was a big deal, as you can imagine, and it was hard, and we learned a lot of lessons in it, but it was great. And how do we support as that continues? I know with the creek here, we helped with that. With the peak up there, we helped with that. And so, in which ways can we, be of assistance in that, having kind of walked that path with the rename here? As far as, what would I improve about it? Loretta asked me this question earlier, and honestly, I would just like to see more folks from the tribe come here and hang out with us. That'd be one big way I think we could improve it. And we're trying hard to do just that thing and try to make it as accessible and easy to do as possible. So that's kind of how I see our partnership here. Was there any other? Since I'm leaving earlier, is there any questions that you might want to ask me?
I have a question.
Yeah.
How do you plan to get more tribal members up here? I would think transportation is a huge issue. It was even difficult for some of us to get here.
I live in Truckee, and it was hard for me to get here on a lot of times this past winter. I don't know the answer to that, honestly. I think transportation is a big one, and I hope, we've worked with, what's the name of there's another group that helps with the transport. I think they brought, a number of the kids from the tribe up this year. And so I think hopefully expanding relationships with groups like that can help with that. But I know it's a big barrier. We recognize that too. And so it's something that we're focused on and trying to think through as well. So I don't know, we'll probably just keep trying. I love answering questions.
I would just say from the standpoint, I would commend you for the work that you do. And I heard obviously from Chairman and somebody from the tribe of the openness and the welcomeness and the partnership and how fruitful it is of being able to gather this meeting space in short notice to be able to work. So it sounds like there really is a good partnership, which not so many tribes always have that interaction or that good takeaway. And I think that it's good to showcase it. It shows other individuals that have resorts or even agencies and organizations how to better partner with tribes. I would encourage maybe you can showcase that as you go out throughout and speak in the resort world and share, hey, this is how we partnered with our local tribe. This is how we benefited things, not only for the tribe, but for the resort, to help bring that throughout the tribal community for Indian country. So I would just commend you on that. I think it's great. I'm glad you guys have a good partnership. And you got some work ahead of you, like you said, engaging the youth, getting more tribal folks out this way, telling that story, and you got a good start working with the tribe and council here. So I look forward to seeing what you guys come up with.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. I mean, this is something that's been really, really important to us, and it is going to continue to be really important to us. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Have you had much resistance or pushback to the change from folks who come up here?
It's interesting, right? I think mainly from people who, I'm not going to say this right, but are not well educated on maybe the history and kind of why we did it, and so there's pockets, right? And one of the things that we tried to do a good job of, and I hope we did, is really tried to offer a very real and honest view of the history here and why we thought it was important to change the name. And I think for most people, once they understand the history and they really kind of can go back through that and see it for what it was, they instantly get it. I think there's always going to be those folks who they just want it the way they want it, and maybe they're not maybe as sensitive to their fellow humans, but for the most part, honestly, it's been really encouraging and surprising in a great way how quickly support grew for it, has grown for it, and continues to support it. I mean, it's every day that goes by, there's fewer and fewer of those people who are, you should have just kept it the same. And so I think it's really been great, and I think it's a pretty small marginal community that maybe hasn't adopted it yet.
Sorry, I have a lot of questions. Have other privately owned places reached out to you to kind of figure out how you did it?
Yes. So for instance, the hotel that's right down the road, I sat down with their team and kind of talked them through it. I actually just got back from a conference in Las Vegas in tourism about this very thing. So we're trying to, where we can, help people because it's hard, right? And there's a lot to it, and there's a lot of things to do to do it well, like education right up front. Like, here's why we're doing it, and to be very, very clear. Like, look, we're doing it, and we don't, we think it's the right thing to do, and we're going to be on the right side of things, so we're doing it. So not as many as maybe you'd think, but certainly a few. Yeah.
You talked about history a little bit, but apparently there's a story about the 60 Olympics and how a tribe came in and helped create some snow for those Olympics. How do you tell that story, or how do you get that out to the public?
Gosh, I've only heard kind of tangentially about that story, so I don't know I don't think we're telling that story too much, to be honest with you. And it's an awesome story if that's the case. I don't know. I don't have that much information on it. I wish I had more, to be honest, because that's a very cool story. And interestingly, what happened during the 1960 Olympics, I wasn't there, obviously, but apparently there was like no snow. And then right before the Olympics started, it was like a massive, massive snowstorm, perhaps due to do that exact thing. And they weren't even sure if they were going to be able to hold them because there was so much snow, but of course they figured it out, like we always do. So if there was more information on that, I would love to get it, because that would make for just a really, really cool way to talk about the 1960 Olympics.
I'd just like to add something. Sure. With respect to the partnership, just my personal experience with the relationship with Palisades. We've had a summer speaking series where the Washoe tribe comes every Friday for the whole summer and provides an hour-long talk at High Camp about Washoe history, Washoe place names, Washoe culture. Daryl initially started these talks, and then Herman and myself have taken it over. And then our TIPA will be participating in that as well. We've also had the opportunity to go on guided plant walks and provide some of the Washoe plant names on the plant walks. In addition to, recently there was Truckee Earth Day, and they invited the Washoe tribe up to hold a booth. They waived our fees so we could share what the Washoe tribe does. So they definitely created a space for us, and a safe space where we do feel comfortable coming, and then also asking for things like for this room to hold this event in this venue. And again, like Tom said, they were right there. They were willing and ready to assist us for this very important project. So in my experience, it's been great moving forward, and we hope to continue these talks every summer and hope to have more tribal members come up and participate in those talks as well. Thank you.
You want this back, or? Any other questions for me? I'm happy to. Well, if you think of more, I'll be here for a little bit longer anyway.
If you have any Palisades hats, I'd love to get one. The governor has an outdated
Palisades hat?
Yeah, from
I'll
the
see if I can
pre-name
go around
change.
before I get out of here.
I would also like a Palisades. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not even sure if I have any upstairs. I might have to send it. Awesome. Well, thanks for letting me come and talk to you guys for a little bit.
I just wanted to make a comment and thank you, because as we know, place names are very important, like with all of the generations, and thinking about Native youth and the things that just Native people are up against, Native mascots. One of them, I know it's been discussed earlier, and just for Washoe youth getting to grow up, like little babies getting to grow up in a place where those names have been changed, but also acknowledging the history, so it's not erased, that they'll know the stories behind that, and the people who put efforts in, and to acknowledge and thank you all for being part of that movement. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd love to hear that.
Stephanie, if you want to talk on Fridays, we got room for you.
Since we're always writing different stories, from our legends and things, I think what went on here and the partnership and everything, we should write that too. It'll become in a pamphlet or a booklet or in our language. And so it'll carry on what was started so it can grow.
What an awesome way to maybe create a bit of a trail for others to follow, right? So that's a great idea.
And it is part of our history now, so I think keeping track and recording that. And so our children will know about this relationship, and it's not just, oral history, which can sometimes get lost. Anybody here?
Since I talked so much last time, and I'll be talking more again, I'll turn it over to, California Tahoe Conservancy.
Hi, I'm Jane Freeman, and I'm with the California Tahoe Conservancy, and thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this. So the California Tahoe Conservancy is a state agency, and we were created back in 1985, and our mission is really as an environmental organization up here in the Tahoe Basin. We were created to buy up sensitive, environmentally sensitive land and to protect it. And so that was sort of our original mission. The slides that I shared with you just give a little bit of background on what we do and sort of the lands that we manage. And I did want to just state up front that the state lands that the Tahoe Conservancy manages are all on Washoe tribal homeland. So I want to make sure that's really clear. So we have had I think a really good relationship with the Washoe tribe for a number of years. And the Conservancy, because we manage land, we do a number of projects on land that we manage. And so for a number of years, we've worked with the tribe to have cultural monitors on site and working with our contractors when we do restoration projects, whether it's wetlands or streams. And we also, of course, like every other state agency, do formal consultation. But we realized that that really wasn't quite enough. And so in 2016, we had the opportunity to develop a memorandum of understanding with the tribe to address better coordination with the tribe on all of the work that we're doing. And I think it's been a really great opportunity for the Conservancy to work more closely with the tribe through grants, and especially the work that the tribe is doing with the Forest Service out at Mayalawata. We've recently given the tribe a capacity grant through the Regional Fire and Forest and Fire. Yeah, we all know the acronyms.
Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, I think.
Yeah, through the Department of Conservation, so that the tribe can have even more of a presence in the basin at different environmental meetings and those types of things, as well as to build up their capacity in helping to treat hazardous fuels and a native plant nursery, and there's a number, cultural fire, thank you, yeah. So there's been a lot of great conversations and work that the tribe is doing to have more of a presence on our land and other land up here. And more recently, we've been having a lot of good conversations around other opportunities to utilize Conservancy and other state land for co-management, as well as exploring the idea of actually land return. So I think that's where I'll stop and let Rihanna talk about our relationship. And then I guess we can talk about if there's anything that needs to be improved. But as but I would say, the capacity issue is probably, the biggest challenge that we, for the tribe that we've, had a lot of conversations around. And I think that if there's ways for agencies like the Conservancy and state parks and others to help with that to me seems like one area where we can continue to focus. And then, I think for a state agency wanting to really further the governor's goals of co-management and land back, there are sort of statewide policy issues that we've been identifying that we need to have further conversation and hope to move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to follow up on that, and then I'll touch base on some other partnerships and environmental projects that the Washoe Tribe has going on. The CTC, since I started in 2020, we've received about 3 grants from the CTC. So they've been huge supporters of our program, and they are very understanding with the issues we deal with, whether it be capacity, lack of staff, time, or funding opportunities. They've been very helpful, reaching out frequently and often. I think with respect to having official consultations, a whole lot of people know how to do it. They think if they can get a hold of any tribal member that's an official consultation, and that's okay. And one thing I think the tribe needs to work on is, with all these opportunities for consultations coming down, like how can we standardize these consultations? Do we have an official process that we can give to other agencies to follow? Or does another tribe have an official consultation process they can share with us to streamline this? With respect to the CTC and capacity, I think one thing they have done differently is, instead of inundating us with emails with every potential project that they're possibly working on, is reaching out and trying to set up a meeting and finding out what our priorities are. Other agencies who perhaps may need some work with respect to working with tribes and consulting. Again, Chairman Smokey mentioned earlier that there are 32 boards he could sit on for one person, and they have a meeting every day. He would have no time to do any of his other tribal work if he were actually able to participate in these. So it's almost like we're being excluded by over-inclusion. Does that make sense? It's like, again, I was using the analogy earlier, it's like, if you're a lion chasing a gazelle and there's a million gazelles running around, you're not gonna be able to catch any of them. We need to focus our attention on one thing so we can actually get one thing addressed, instead of trying to do many things all at once. Just being inundated with requests and things that maybe aren't a tribal priority, whereas the CTC has set up a meeting with the deputy director and the director, with the chairman, saying, what are your needs, what can we do, how can we better serve you, and how can we be better partners? So one of the first grant we received from the CTC was a Prop 1 grant, the Myala Water Restoration Project, which Jane mentioned. And that's part of the reason why I asked Daryl earlier. I was like, how long did it take to get Palisades name change? And he said a couple months. The MOU or the Master Stewardship Agreement for the Myala Water Restoration Project took 20 years. So from 1997 until 2019 is how long it took to get everything in order, all the ducks in a row, the Forest Service and the tribe on the same page to move forward to have an actual true co-stewardship. That relationship still needs work. Everybody is very busy, including the Forest Service. The Washoe Tribe is busy. We have issues with capacity. The forest is very busy. They have issues with capacity as well. It's like, how can we come to an agreement, be on the same page to where we can both work towards a shared goal of getting this meadow thinned for fuels reduction. Since then, we've received Prop 68 grant from the CTC to further our work in the meadow. So once the meadow is thin, we plan to do a cultural burn, and then to focus on Meeks Creek, Myalawata, to reintroduce Lahontan cutthroat trout, which is a cultural resource for the Washoe Tribe. For those that don't know, Lahontan cutthroat trout is one of 2 native fish in the lake. It is outcompeted by all the tourism fish that are stocked by other agencies. So again, it's like, what's more important, providing fish and recreation for tourists, or providing a traditional historical food source for the people from that area. It's tough. You know, a lot of the things we want to do, a lot of other agencies don't want to do, because we are more in line with preservation and conservation of natural areas, whereas, you know, some agencies want to develop, or they want to do things that support tourism, and it's not always best for the tribe. So working with these agencies is definitely needed because we don't own much land. As Jane was saying, the CTC owns a bunch of little parcels, and they have an opportunity for land acquisition. And if they can, you know, pass the opportunity on to the tribe, that would be amazing. That's one of the more difficult things, I think, for Indigenous communities to get, is land back. So we can have that historical presence, so we can hold ceremony, and so we can have that place in the Tahoe Basin. Working with other partners that have also been successful. The League to Save Lake Tahoe, Keep Tahoe Blue. Some of you may have seen the stickers at the front. I'm not gonna try and say it. Still working on my Washoe. But it says, together we make the lake not dirty, which essentially is Keep Tahoe Blue and Washoe. This agency has also been around for 20 years. They've done the sticker in Spanish. They've done it in Russian. Only now, this last year, have they done it in Washoe. Why, you know, why? It's great that it's happening now, and our relationship with KTB is great now. Through our U.S. Fish and Wildlife grant to mitigate aquatic invasive species, we're working with them to do beach cleanups, to reduce microplastics, and to teach our staff to identify and monitor aquatic invasive species in the lake, so we can help keep our lake clean. Working with Eyes on the Lake to get some staff scuba certified so they can dive and not only look at, you know, some of our artifacts that are underwater, but also identify the trash and the amount of trash, and hopefully train kids and other Native youth to go up there and be good stewards of the land, pick up trash. We have an Earth Day event. I'm gonna plug it. May 6th in the Dresserville community. And I think Clean Up the Lake will be there. They usually do a great display of just a pile of trash on what comes out of the bottom of the lake. If you've ever seen one of these displays, it's incredibly sad, and incredibly large amounts, surprising amounts of trash that they pull out. So we're looking forward to that relationship. It's a new relationship through a grant. Again, because of the bill funding, the BIL funding, that has encouraged other agencies to work with Indigenous tribes. California state parks, of course, they are here, they're present. That's huge to us, and that's a relationship that, you know, Daryl has started many years ago and has fostered that relationship into a very positive outcome with the MOU, where we hope to have more opportunities to do not only prescribed fire and train our staff to do prescribed fire, but to also do cultural fire if that's an option. Cultural fire, you know, has been a big issue. It's in our history, and it's something we're working on reviving, but there's been a lot of blowback with respect to, you know, just the danger and the fear of fire in general. How do we change the script from all fire is bad to there's good fire, there's fire that can be managed, and there's fire that is good for the land. Those are the ones off the top of my head. With respect to relationships that need work, you know, I mentioned being inundated with requests is not possible for us to keep up with. Capacity is always an issue, so having other agencies that, you know, work on our schedule and take the time to understand how tribal governments work. Not everyone understands that we just can't sign a grant. It has to go through a process. Our tribal council has to review it. We have to provide all the budgets and work plan beforehand, you know, and before we even apply for the grant, they want to see this information. So having an agency understand that, it's like, okay, well, when's your tribal council meeting? Can we get it in before this date? What do you need from me? Do you want me to speak at tribal council meeting to help get this approved? And that's all great, you know, again, taking the time, people going out of their way and working with tribal governments, I think is huge. A couple of the other things we're working on, I mentioned the hot and cutthroat trout, and they mentioned the language state of emergency. We're also considering going into a state of emergency for pinyon pine. That's a little outside the Tahoe Basin, but it's a very important cultural resource to us. and we are losing it because of all the devastating wildfires. So again, the CTC capacity grant is helping to support our native plant nursery. We've already germinated like 20,000 pinyon pine seedlings. These trees grow very slowly, take 20 years to grow, and you know, somebody mentioned earlier, we're in the 7th generation. We have to think 7 generations ahead. Are our children still gonna have this as a cultural food source? No, if we don't do something to preserve it now. Again, things needing work, I think just really understanding, speaking to tribes, not trying to have a relationship over email, you know, having that one-on-one face-to-face contact. And then I think also people coming out to your homelands and looking at your projects and seeing it really speaks volumes. It's like a picture tells 1,000 words. If you can see what the Washoe people are doing on their homelands and their projects, I think it's really rewarding and encouraging about what can be done. And you know, that goes so much farther than an email correspondence, where it's like if you can go out there and visit, take the time to see the work they're doing and the efforts they're making, I think speaks volumes to the tribe. That's all for now. Thank you.
All right, and I kind of feed off of that, I guess. You know, Herman had to step out, so he missed a little bit, but he could talk all day too. Nice. So yeah, some of the partnerships and stuff that we've worked with is collaborating with all these boards, entities. It's great. The CTC, you know, is willing to come down to our tribal offices and work with us. We have quarterly meetings with the LTBMU, with the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. We also reestablished quarterly meetings with the Lake Tahoe National Forest that come to our tribal headquarters, and then we review everything and go as far as what are our priorities as a Washoe tribe in and around the lake. And it's just having collaboration, connections, even sitting at the table. We did mention that it was actually, you know, just brought up that, driving up here, something we just talked about, the signs on both sides of the highway still have the S word on it. So that's something we need to collaborate on and you know, get that going so that those could be removed as well. I was going to hit on a few things that we've done overall and we're still working on. So one is kind of a more broader picture, something that I'm working on, is having an official stance from the tribe on Lake Tahoe area in itself and the lake in itself. It's very important to us, we know it is, but we need to solidify that, and we're making connections with all these groups, but we need something more on our own government level that says this is what the Washoe tribe thinks of, this is what we want, and this is what we want to see, so that way it's solid. Any entity across the board with all these government agencies we have to work with knows that this is our stance. One of the things I've been studying and looking at bringing forward, I know I brought it to some of our team members already, is within our own government entity is declaring or giving Lake Tahoe personhood status, which means that that lake is so important to us that it is a person. If you abuse it, then according to our laws and our government rules, you are abusing a person. Because that's how important it is to us. And you know, the watersheds all around are important to everybody. So that's what we're looking at right now. You know, we have all of our environmental projects. Myself, I've worked with a lot of the government agencies, and like I mentioned before, all of our members in Congress. I personally talk to all of them to let them know exactly what we're current status on. But we need that solidified, so we'll be doing that pretty soon, actually, probably before the end of this year. Talking about the fires that happened, that's something that was extremely devastating to us on Washoe and our territories, and our presence and around not just the lake, but all the way around, and even affecting our own lands. Our actual lands that are in trust were devastated. by these fires. Again, that included burning huge hundreds of acres of the pinyon pine, which we rely on that source of food, and also drying out other plants and medicines that we're not going to be able to gather in our lifetime again. In doing so, that's the fires were mainly the Tamarack fire and the Dixie fire. Those our Washoe homelands extend all the way around those areas. But taking that initiative through environmental to create that small nursery and try to rebuild, get our practices involved. I think it showed and proved more than ever that we need to be able to incorporate our traditional ecological knowledge, because Washoe did burn in and around Lake Tahoe area. It's known as a fact, not even through our own history and stories, but through archaeology, through the geology of the ground, that Washoe people used to start fires and or allow fires to burn in order to clear out a certain area of the lake, knowing that we would never be able to use that area for the personal use of those generations, but it would be beneficial and be able to be used to keep our people alive for future generations down the line. And yeah, as we talked about the with forestry and other things, we can't just burn areas anymore. There's so much residential out here. There's more multi-million-dollar homes around Lake Tahoe than there is in any other residencies, which is another issue with access that we're working on. Why is it that the lake itself is only only accessible to the uber rich, basically? I just put it like that. It's easier to get a permit and build a multi-million-dollar mansion for a single family unit in Lake Tahoe than it is to build a multi-unit property, such as an apartment or anything like that. But through the devastation, especially regarding the fires that happened, we jumped on the opportunity to turn it into something positive. With fires and trees that were burned or fragile, there has to be clearing. It also showed that there needs to be more consistent clearing in and around the Tahoe Basin area. So, excuse me, tacos. But what we did was, right off the bat, we partnered with all the organizations, power companies, fire crews, local, state, everything around. There had to be tree removal out of there. There was nowhere to put these trees, and a lot of them were, no good for lumber use. So we have an elder firewood program that we've ran for a while now, maybe 10, 12 years. But we always had to pay for trees to come down because a lot of our elders use fireplaces and firewood to heat their homes. Because the price of fuel or gas, propane, whatever, it gets expensive. We were able to use that to get these trees down and make that program more self-sufficient, to where we're able to constantly provide firewood to our elders. And then even as far as this past winter, we had the biggest snowstorm of the century, open it up for all tribal members to get firewood. Talking about lumber, is we took the opportunity, working with the partner organizations in and around Lake Tahoe, to make partnerships, and we started a sawmill right down on the bottom of the basin, on one of our properties. It's our Clear Creek property. But we use a lot of the programs. We want to start another one on the California side. This one's on the Nevada side, but all the trees come from the California side. Because it also, the one thing the fires did show also was that there's not enough maintenance going on in the forest. There's never enough forestry, there's never enough trees removed. But if we're not going to allow it to burn or burn certain areas, then there has to be intervention somewhere, somehow. And so we capitalized on that by creating this sawmill, which provides economic development opportunity, brings revenue in for the tribe, as well as part of the agreement, we secured 30 jobs for tribal members to be able to work within the sawmill. And these are good paying jobs. And that's going to be ongoing. We're looking at expanding them, going even beyond that. If there's not enough people here to cut down trees, well, we need to be the contractor that's out here cutting down these trees. We need to be driving the trucks that bring them down. You know, it's all part of not just benefiting the tribe money-wise, but it's us allowing us to do our part in being original stewards of the land the way we always have been. So we took all of those things into account, and this happened very quickly, from idea to implementation, and having hundreds of cords of logs on the ground already took 7 months. We did it really, really fast, and there's also infrastructure is being built currently. We're hoping to be operational in the next couple months, actually, so to get everything going. It was really a really fast process, one of the fastest that the tribe has ever done, and that was through the use of our corporation to be able to do things, to be able to get these, use some philanthropy, make the partnerships, get permits pushed through a lot faster, and just provide benefit all the way around. Been mentioned a couple times is the Me'alawata, that's the Mixed Meadow project. The thinning of the, what are they called? Lodge poles. Pretty trees, but they're invasive and they suck out all the water. And so in doing so, that's another area that we're going to be clearing those trees out of there to restore it to the actual, natural state that the meadow should be into, while at the same time removing those trees and providing benefit to the tribe. In there, we also run a resort. We run the Makes Bay Resort, which is right across the street on the beachfront property. And we do what we can there we're trying to do more. As that property, there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through to do projects, but we would rather have things more environmentally friendly. And that's where the tribe is. We have to look up the ups and downs of tourism and protecting the lake at the same time. That's something that my stance has been since being the chairman, is that we don't want more people at the lake. It's something that is against what a lot of organizations and our other political leaders have around the lake. They want, they believe in access for all. Well, we don't believe in that, because you can overuse this lake, and that's abusing it. And so that's our, part of our stance on it, is that we don't want access for all, but we want, what's here is good enough. We can't change and make things removed, but we could do our part to try to help tone down the environmental impacts, the carbon footprints, the vehicle usages in and around the lake. Personally, I still like the idea of putting a toll booth at every access point when you go into the basin area and make it just like Yosemite. That'll limit the amount of traffic that flows through there. But it's also something that the stance that I took, and I learned this early on, is that when I first mentioned access to the tribe and tribal membership, is that it's dwindling. One of the organizations I was speaking to, one of the members of a board or committee, I can't remember exactly who it was, which board or committee it was, but they mentioned, oh yeah, we understand that everybody wants access, all the public wants access. And I was like, no, we are not the public. We are the original peoples of this land. We are not just anybody that comes in here. We are not tourists. So we should and hopefully will have access to every single area around the lake. However, that may be worked out. For us, it's not all about money. It's about being in our homelands and being able to reach the waters, Sure, sometimes it may just be for fun and recreation, but it's also about being able to pray. I still, myself personally, every time I walk to the sands, I wash my face. It's the first thing I do, and I pray. I've just always taught to do that, and I still do today. That's really what it's all about for us. Talk a little bit about land acquisitions. We're trying to get everything we can. Well, land acquisitions for tribes come so seldomly, and we have to fight for every opportunity that does come around. We work with the other conservancies, Sierra Nevada Conservancy Agency. We work with all different organizations to look at what properties are opening, what properties may be available, what kind of lands bills we can get ourselves into to reacquire lands. And it comes at a cost. It's not just the tribe gets land and okay, that's it. Co-management is huge as far as opportunities, but do we have the capacity to fulfill those management duties or what we agreed to, those responsibilities? And I think that's where a lot of tribes get hung up, because a lot of us don't say we're supposed to do all this work and then we can co-manage thousands of acres of land. Well, if we don't provide on our end, then are we just out of compliance and we lose that? So it's never just giving land back to tribes. There's always the fine print in there as to what's supposed to happen. I'm currently working on greater access to lands that we do have held in trust. And it's called Skunk Harbor, and we have it on the east side of the lake. But that area there's one road that goes down to it, and that area is controlled by the forestry. The road going into the lake is not our land, so we have limited access to that road. And under the original agreements, the tribe was supposed to only use it for specific purposes, for ceremonies, for youth activities, or elder activities. Well, now there's the SR-29 project through Caltrans, or not Caltrans, that's Nevada side. That's NDOT. They're looking at. I've been holding this up. They've been requesting funding from the Treasury for a couple of years now, but I refuse to sign off on it. They're looking at building a larger parking lot above where our land is, and then building a permanent trail that would give access to the beaches on our lands. But yet our agreement still remains the same. So no, I'm not going to let them build that until we change that, until we're allowed to do and have access to our lands. As tribes, we need to realize that we do have authority, we do have power to do that, and we need to exercise that as sovereigns. And we may have limited sovereignty, but our sovereignty holds power sometimes. So we have to catch those things, because sometimes these things are sneaky. When I first got that document, it was just a letter. I never got an email, no warning, no nothing. It was just a letter. It said, Chairman, hey, we want to do this project, just sign off on it. That's what normally happens. I read it, I was like, no. I was like, this is not, there was no consultation, for one. Because in Nevada, there is no consultation process for tribes. That's what makes it really difficult. At least California is a step ahead right now in that. It's not perfect, but at least we do have that. But those are the things that we have to look out for. And again, that causes a fight or tension amongst the tribe and organizations. We did not have good relationship with one of our former members of Congress on the California side, because the Washoe tribe stopped almost every project that he tried to push for in and around a basin area, because it was detrimental to us, our culture, to our history. And so our elders stopped a lot of things. We weren't very popular with that person, but he's not there anymore, so. But yeah, we look for land all over, not just opportunities, but even currently, we're researching an opportunity from private landowners that express that they want to give their lands in and around Lake Tahoe back to the Washoe tribe. So we look at every opportunity available. Something that we started, more of an idea, but then I handed it over to our education and Herman, and I know he's been collaborating with our TIPO officer, is getting in the education systems. We had an opportunity just over a year ago to work with the Education Board of South Lake Tahoe, which is in El Dorado County. And they wanted a curriculum for Washoe people because they knew that the area that they live in is Washoe. And so these guys have been working on a curriculum that we can give them, and they're gonna be teaching that within the school systems. Now, I think we got lucky in a way because that's something that did come to us. The school board, wanted it. Now you have a new bill that just passed in the state of California that encourages counties to do so. Well, we've already been starting to do that. Some tribes already do have it. It's mandatory. And that's what we're truly hoping to do, not just in Nevada or California, but Nevada also. So those are just kind of some key points, things that we're doing, mainly in and around the Tahoe Basin area. I know I'm probably missing more stuff, but it's just looking to expand, and it is, like I said, it's hard to navigate, especially all these boards and committees in and around Lake Tahoe. I have so much so that we actually created a job description for we're calling it a liaison, Lake Tahoe liaison, someone that can be up in Lake Tahoe, every single day, and that's their only focus. That's all they work on is navigating the boards and committees, reporting back to the tribal council so that we know what to do, reporting back to myself so I know which boards to be on and which way to vote, because dealing with TRPA alone is hectic. TRPA is Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. So, but I do hold a seat on that board. It's very hard to work through all these agencies. But one thing also, another thing, again, looking at the big picture, it was mentioned earlier that when we were pushed out of these lands and we fought and then ended up with nothing, or a very small amount, is I'm looking at reestablishing, and this is a more long-term goal because water rights are difficult themselves, but we should have water rights in and around everything that comes out of this lake, every stream, every river that feeds out, because it's us, it's coming from us, and it's going out so it's a benefit use of everybody else, and so that's another thing I'm looking at. Again, that one's more long-term goal as I'm planning, trying to get all the planning of this stuff done. But like I said, with a lot of things, it took years for us to get here where we are. It's gonna take years for us to get out of it and to get where we want to be. But at least it's a start, and at least we have planning, at least we have goals in mind and have established true, or a solid foundation on what our stance is in and around the lake area, and really establishing that around all of our homelands. And I know today our TIPO officer wasn't able to make it, but that's something we do a lot of around here in and around this area. Everywhere you go, there's going to be Washoe history, culture, everywhere on the ground. And because all of our history is not that old, I mean, this wasn't that long ago. Since we've been removed from here. So much so, as I can even tell you, if you take a drive up to the lake, if you head, which way am I? That way. If you head up to the lake, you know, you're following the Truckee River that goes up there. You'll hit Tahoe City, and right there you'll hit a stoplight, and right there to the right, it's what they call the Gatekeeper's Mansion. If you get a chance to go in there, it's a lot of basketry, not just Washoe, but all the local tribes. It's a really cool place. But that is the mouth of the Truckee River. And from what I was told in my history is that that's where my great-grandmother was born, right there on the shores of the lake, at the mouth of the Truckee River. And that was just my great-grandmother. That wasn't my great-great-grandmother, just my great-grandmother. So it's not that long ago. And she had stories of traveling as a child from Tahoe down into Martis Valley and Truckee area until she was taken to boarding school. So, you know, the history's not that old. You know, it's not ancient history. Especially to us, it's history that just happened. So, yeah, I'll just kind of stop there and hand it over to Herman.
Sorry I had to step out for a little bit. There's a 7th grade class in Reno doing research on the tribe, and they had some really insightful questions. They actually asked me if I was the head of the BIA, what would I change for tribes? And I was like, this is a loaded question. You guys are setting me up, right? So it was super cool, really interesting. It's cool to support youth learning about the tribe and really wanting to ask insightful questions, so I enjoy that. One of the big things that I wanted to talk about with this afternoon panel, and the chairman touched on it, is this idea of stakeholders. You know, how many times have tribes reached out to as stakeholders when that's not who we are? We have a federal status as a sovereign nation, and we should be treated with such respect. We're not just stakeholders in the Tahoe Basin, we're the original stewards of this place, and continually, as the chairman advocates, the continual stewards of this place. We've never left. A lot of times I get signage requests from people, and what they want to do is make sure that they're being respectful of the tribe, but you can see that there's no knowledge of the tribe's history. They've cut and paste from Wikipedia or somewhere else, or taken words and rearranged them to try to give it their own meaning or their own context. And so what I wanted to talk about too is one of the big things that we've been faced with as a tribe is helping organizations and others do their own land acknowledgements. And so land acknowledgements has been a real stick in my side for a long time. I've had a tough time wrapping my head around it for the last couple of years, and I'm not even sure where they got started. I know after Standing Rock happened with the Dakota Access Pipeline that there was a big movement to have Indigenous voices heard, and this is one thing that came from that I think a lot of organizations readily adopted. But it's not always in the best benefit of Indigenous peoples. What I think of when I think of a land acknowledgement, and I use the example that my language teacher, Mitchell Osorio, said last week or a couple weeks ago. You know, he said, you could steal this phone from me, but this is still Herman's phone. If I don't give it back, I haven't done anything positive, right? I haven't done anything for you. I've taken your phone, I've acknowledged it's your phone, but what does that do for you? It does nothing, right? And so that's kind of an easy example and something that I laughed at in our staff meeting when we were talking about land acknowledgements, because so much that's what it feels like. It's empty words to acknowledge a place that we know is ours, that we feel in our hearts and our entire being is ours, and that we're still connected to this day. What I often kind of summarize it to, and this isn't meant to be offensive in any way, but you know, land acknowledgements have kind of become a way for organizations or departments or what have you to ease their own guilt, this idea of white guilt or colonizer guilt, some sort of guilt that people have for the past actions or the history of the United States and that relationship with Indigenous peoples. But it really, again, it does nothing to solve issues for Indigenous peoples. You know, acknowledging that you're on our land without making a strong commitment to Indigenous peoples does very little for us. Acknowledging that you're on our land without returning that land to Indigenous peoples, again, it shows that you're doing very little to put your money where your mouth is at times. And I think it's an important conversation to have in these sort of settings. What can we do when we have the opportunity to work with agencies who are willing to listen to the tribes or to Indigenous peoples in general to move our own agendas forward? And so one of the big things that we've started doing over the last 6 months is when we have land acknowledgement consultation meetings, it isn't about the content of the land acknowledgement, although that is also reviewed, but we've also turned it into an opportunity for training in these organizations. I'll use the example of a group that works here outside of Truckee, and they actually did a play a couple years ago for the Truckee Historical Review. And it just so happened Stephanie actually sang a beautiful sonnet in Washoe in our language for the historical review. There wasn't a whole lot of collaboration with the tribe at the time. They mostly wanted us to review their passage, which me and Melba did, and it was full of stereotypes about indigenous peoples with creators and four directions and eagle feathers and things that you might see at a powwow, but if you knew anything about our people, you would know they don't summarize who we are. That's not who we are as a people. You know, we're distinct from a lot of those things. And so we went through and we changed it quite a bit. We turned it from just this beautiful sonnet into something more meaningful to us as a people by simply acknowledging that our land was taken and by saying, you know, this isn't a beautiful thing for us as it may be portrayed. And so with this historical society, they did the first year, but one of the things that I don't think that they recognized, and I don't think that they always recognize even today, is the inclusion of other historical figures. And so one of the main figures in this entire play was Mark Twain. And if you know anything about Mark Twain in this area and his relationship with the Washoe tribe and Washoe people, it's all derogatory and dehumanizing statements directed at us. You know, our name for the lake, for example, being Da'au. Da'au has been mispronounced to be Tahoe. And so we laugh in our community when you call it Lake Tahoe or Lake Da'au. It's literally lake. But it's been a good inside joke. I know it's not an inside joke anymore because everybody's heard it, but it was a good inside joke for a long time. But in Mark Twain's work, he says, you know, the name Tahoe itself is a disgusting name. You know, it's a name by diggers. It's another derogatory term for indigenous people in this area. In that, he says, you know, he wouldn't even call a black man by that name. And of course, he's using the N-word in this passage and so on and so forth. And so maybe 10 years ago when I first started working for the tribe, Darryl Cruz, who was up here earlier, we actually worked against North Lake Tahoe, who wanted to name a cove Samuel Clemens Cove in honor of Mark Twain. Because his history and his relationship with the tribe opposed that. We didn't want to honor somebody who'd been so derogatory towards us. And so in this play, Mark Twain was a huge character, and when they asked for the play to be done again, Stephanie refused to participate. And we completely understood why when it was explained to us that this individual was such a big part of this play. And so last summer, I was up doing a presentation here at High Camp, and I was approached by a member from the group. I think she had participated in the play and helped support it, and she's from Truckee in general. And so she kind of brought it forward again, you know. We had this play, we had a tribal member assist. She didn't want to participate for X, Y, and Z. And so we started the conversation of, you know, this isn't about convincing tribal members that we should be participating in something. This comes down to organizational change. And maybe the resolution here isn't to move forward with the play that is, but to remove that character, to address these concerns when they're brought up and not to brush them aside and go to another indigenous person to get what you want to hear. And we've seen this happen, you know, for example, with the Redskins name change. They would always go to tribal leaders. I think they had the Navajo Nation president flew out there multiple times for football games to kind of pretend that the indigenous peoples in some way are in support of this, even when the greater conscience was saying no. And it's great to have allies that support those messages, so it isn't always just indigenous peoples and indigenous voices on the front lines. One thing that I always laugh about when we were in Standing Rock is that when we were doing direct actions and the police showed up or the security, whoever it may be, the chant on the front lines was white allies to the front. And it was hilarious in the moment to us, but it was also so meaningful that somebody would put their own freedom and body on the line to ensure that a person of color isn't going to jail that night. And we appreciated that. That showed that you were willing to put your own liberty on the line for something that you believe in. And what's more meaningful in alliances than that, right? Putting your whole body on the line for something that's important to you. And so what we kind of determined with this play was that, the next request that came out to me was, well, if we can't get somebody to do it, can't you guys just come up and do a presentation? And that kind of irked me a little bit. because it's really like whitewashing this history, right? By adding this little bit of piece, this little informational piece on the tribe, it's like throwing a dog a bone. You know, can't you guys still be involved and show that you support this? And my answer again was no, you guys need to reevaluate your entire play. You need to speak with those tribal members whose concerns were brought forward. I went as far to say you guys need to even think about the Chinese community here as well, because the things that Mark Twain said about Chinese people and African Americans wasn't right, and it never has been. And so we started to think about this as people of color in general, and not just how Washoe tribal members are being marginalized, then maybe this will make a little bit more sense to the organization. And so kind of what I determined at the time is that when these consultation requests come in, you know, it's okay to review some of the verbiage and those sorts of things, but it's much more meaningful to have a sit down face to face with community leaders or board leaders or department leaders and supervisors, whoever it may be, to talk about the intention of these things. To actually have an educational setting and a real conversation about decolonizing your organization and creating an inclusive environment. Because that's what it comes down to, is that people of color don't feel safe in these spaces, and we need to have those harder conversations about power dynamics, about critical race theory, and so on and so forth. And so for me, land acknowledgements have really become something more. It's become an opportunity to kind of create allies, but to also express in a kind of informal setting who we are as a people, the history and the experiences that we've had in place, and to start to kind of identify some resolutions to that moving forward. I always ask, whenever I'm doing a land acknowledgement, that there's some sort of impact statement at the end. You know, we as an organization acknowledge that we're on the homelands of the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California, and we as an organization are committed to X, Y, and Z for those people. I can't always give a board or a group those words. I can't put those words in somebody else's mouth. But I can at least help you to understand what you could offer for Indigenous peoples, how that relationship could be beneficial for all moving forward, so that it isn't always us doing the work, always us doing the teaching, but that at some point these organizations, departments, agencies, what have you, can understand to the fullest extent and can kind of relay that message to their stakeholders and the people that they work with more closely. I think it gets really tough to have a tribal member come up to an event all of the time to tell about the trauma and the history of this place. When I first started doing presentations and people wanted to talk about historical trauma, I used to get really mad because it's not just a story or information that you pulled from a book, but it's the experiences of my own grandmother, my Uncle Herman, my Uncle Wesley Barber, these stories that I feel in my own being. You know, it gives me chills just to think about how my ancestors felt when they were in that situation. And it really shouldn't be, you know, me up here being mad or crying to teach somebody about how important and how hurtful those things are in our history and in this place. Because I think a lot of times we have those experiences in our own families, you know, in our own histories. I think a lot of people come from some sort of oppression. And maybe it's far off and we don't feel the impacts of that anymore. But if you think about how your ancestors felt in that moment, it was the same sort of fight or flight response that Indigenous peoples have been faced with for the last 100, 150 years within our own homelands. You know, we don't have a place to run to. This is the place that we were meant to be. And so I think a lot of times this idea of land acknowledgements gets over-exaggerated to be the goal. And really a land acknowledgement is just the starting point. This is just the tip of the iceberg so that we can have a deeper conversation and do some better work together. One organization that I wanted to highlight that we've worked with recently is the National Forest Foundation. And so they had done an audio tour here at Taylor Creek on South Lake. They reached out to the tribe originally because they had one section that was on the tribe's history and connection to place. And so we went through that and we made all of the updates. And then we had a conversation with the organization. Excuse me, it's tacos. So we had a conversation, and I joke about it, but I say, you know, I opened my big mouth and I committed myself to something extra. But what was mentioned in that meeting is that this tour was going to be in English and Spanish. And so I said, can't we translate it to Washoe, to the language of this place? And that was something that they hadn't even considered. And so they opened it up for us to go ahead and translate this entire passage. I think it was 20 sections, each of them a paragraph or two long, on various topics from environmental stewardship to the degradation of place. I think it even highlights that Taylor Creek at one time was an old dumping ground, and that's all it was before it was turned into a reserve or a protected site. And so we went through and we translated it, and as I said, me and Melba, we changed a lot of the verbiage from settlers arrived and good things happened to talk about the facts and how Washoe people perceive those things to occur. We joke because there's a lot of science-heavy terminology in there, like snottle, which just has to do with measurements for snow. But there's no way that we could translate all of that. So we skipped some sections and just talked about impacts of climate change, drought, snowpacks, in a way that makes sense in our language and our worldview. And one of the other sections that I really liked was there's an entire section on the creation of Lake Tahoe. And as the chairman mentioned, we have a story for that. And so we included that section as our worldview and how we know this place came to be. And then we recorded it all. And so the cool part about this conversation to me and this partnership was really that it was an organic conversation. There was really no predetermined goals from this, but through this simple conversation, we were able to identify our own goals and wishes as a tribe. We wanted to have our language on our land again, have a place for our language learners to be able to go where they would be immersed in the language. Because as we mentioned earlier, with the loss of speakers, those contexts don't just happen in community all of the time. They're things that we often have to recreate or bring together. And it's always beautiful to do that. And so this was a place where our kids could go, they could go and listen to it. And we don't expect everybody to go there and understand all of it the first time, but as you go multiple times and as you grow as a language learner, it becomes a tool, right? Something that you can access at any time outside of community, outside of settings where you just have two speakers together or just have to meet with the elders that you do have. And then on the other end of it, one of the other things that kind of came out about it, and it wasn't even a discussion point originally, but the National Forest Foundation, extended a micro grant to us, and so we were awarded $4,000 to compensate us for all of the time spent transcribing that passage and so on and so forth. And so it was really cool to see that, not only did we have the opportunity to bring forward something that was meaningful to us, and when I say us in this instance, it's our department, the Cultural and Language Resource Department, but we were also able to remove those barriers of finances, because that's a big issue with consultation. We don't have dollars allocated to consultation within the tribe. As the chairman mentioned, we don't have capacity at times. Often myself, the chairman, tribal administrator, Rihanna, and our new TIPO officer balance consultation requests and work together collaboratively, to the extent that we recently had to establish monthly meetings, which, because we're so busy, we've only been able to meet once in 3 months anyway. But at least it's allowed us to have those conversations in time to support consultation requests and share that load. And it's always helpful that when an agency is coming forward with a request that they have funding to support that. And I think it's something that, again, we don't want to make everything about dollars and cents, but when there is an opportunity to support the tribe, it is nice to have that there, to be able to charge our time to a specific fund instead of working overtime to complete all of the requests and things that we receive. On my end, I always say, it allows me to go home and be with my son, to be able to do all of the work that I need to do during the day. And it's tough to give up that time with my little guy. And I think it's tough for a lot of us to give up our time with our families, to miss ceremonies, to not be able to spend time out here on land like we all need, kind of thing, by helping out others. And so it's always great when we're able to receive sort of some kind of outside help. And I think one other thing that I just wanted to mention briefly, and I don't mean this in an offensive way at all, I was joking to myself earlier that I was going to take my 15-minute break to share my personal opinion, so I'm not on tribal time. But I'm just kidding. But when we were preparing for this conversation, one of the things that came up was partnerships, and this is the panel today to discuss that. And one of the topics was the name change, right, with Palisades and the partnerships that's come from that. And one of the things that I wanted to remind the group of while we were there was that while we have a strong partnership with Palisades today, that there may be things that come up in the future that we also have to be mindful of. And the chairman talked about this with the sawmill, that we want to enter into businesses and partnerships that also share our values of stewardship of place. We don't really, and I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the tribe in any way, but we've seen that trying to make a dollar just to make a dollar doesn't always work. But trying to make a meaningful dollar that supports our values, even if we're only making half as much as we would from, say, another business venture, is very meaningful for us because we know that that work's going to be something good. We did a economic evaluation. Do you guys remember what READY stood for? Rural Economic Development Initiative. We had right before the pandemic started into the pandemic, we had a Rural Economic Development Initiative meeting. I think we had like a meeting 4 Saturdays in a row or something. But one of the things that I was really proud of going to those meetings was to see that the business ideas for the tribe were things that reflected our values. I think of the top 3 things that were mentioned, one was food sovereignty, another one was a cultural center, and then I can't remember the third off the top of my head, but they were related to our values and our relationship with place. And we want to kind of do things that are reflective of our values, things that can bring income to the tribe, but things that people can also benefit from too, educational resources, place-based resources, and those sorts of things. And so it's been really a moment of pride for me to see tribal members say, our values, our morals are more important than just making a dollar at times. And that's been something that's been really empowering, especially in the work that we do, because we're not known for making a lot of money on language and culture. Nor do we really want to. Are those things that we want to profit off of? Those are things that aren't meant to be associated with dollars and cents in the way that other things are. And so I just kind of wanted to leave with that idea that, some of these partnerships are most meaningful when barriers are removed. Some of these partnerships become most meaningful when they reflect tribal values. But some of these partnerships are just the start of a conversation for something that maybe we haven't figured out what the end product is going to be. But the only way that we can really figure that out is to be at the table together, to have those discussions, to share those ideas, and really to work together in a good way. On a side note, I have been known to shut down a few conversations when things aren't going appropriately, when Washoe people aren't being respected or our voices aren't being heard. I was at a sage grouse meeting about 7 years ago where they had clear-cut 60 acres of pinyon pine in the Sweetwater Range, which is between Gardnerville and Bridgeport. And they clear-cut these 60 acres for sage grouse habitat, but they also clear-cut the wrong 60 acres GPS issue until they clear-cut an additional 60 acres, 120 acres total for sage grouse habitat. And it was really sad being in those meetings where Forest Service and BLM came to Yarrington Reservation to talk to tribal members about what they had done, and to sit there and see these agencies not even feel any sort of remorse for what was done. For these agencies to not even extend a simple apology in any meaningful way. They completely ignored everything that those elders were saying in that room. And many of those elders were saying, you're here to protect this endangered species, this sage grouse, by creating additional habitat. But what you guys have done is destroyed a key place for us to go and gather dogum, our pine nuts. You destroyed a key resource that was accessible by elders that can't go up these steep canyons where other pinyon pine are. You've taken away kind of a cultural place for community today. And eventually my mom stood up, and she can be really fiery herself, but she finally told these guys in kind of like a very serious, angry tone that, you're not realizing that you're looking at an endangered species right here. These people, this culture, this language, this is on the edge of extinction as well. And while we may be able to have descendants kind of thing, when we lose our culture and our language and our ties to place, to an extent, we've started to lose our purpose here. And that's where we start to see other issues arise in community. That's where we start to see kind of higher rates of suicide and those sorts of things occur because we don't have this strong sense of identity, this knowledge of who we are and kind of our importance and role in these places. And so it was a sad thing to see when agencies don't listen and don't hear what's being said, even when it's being said point blank and spelled out in front of them. But it's even more important to have these conversations on the front end, not on the back end after wrong's already been done. I think it's a fallacy of Western society to think that, you know, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. And while that works sometimes, it's often better to have permission before we go and do these things.
Yeah, it's something that just reminded me when Herman brought up is the sage-grouse habitat. Even in our most recent meeting with Fish and Wildlife, I continue to ask them, well, did it work? They did this years ago. I haven't seen a sage-grouse out there even today. And it made absolutely no sense to me as the sage-grouse eat the pine nuts that come down from those trees. So it just makes absolutely no sense to me as to what this was, because he mentioned the Sweetwater Range, but they also clear-cut areas in our Pine Nut Mountain Range that butt up right next to Washoe tribal lands, or tribal allotment lands. They cut everything out throughout there, and there's still nothing out there. You know, it was pointless. That is not natural to the land base. It used to be covered in trees. That was something that was created, you know, for these birds. Yeah, they're fun to hunt. We used to hunt them when I was younger, and they are kind of moving around, and not in my area, but they did. They used to live in the trees. But anyway, that's a different thing. I still haven't gotten an answer though, if it worked or not. But something that I just thought of also is, you know, in talking, is I think we're at a point to where, I mentioned this before, is especially leadership, tribal leadership, it just cannot be afraid to speak up and tell the truth. We've been, for some reason, you know, not just assimilated, but even working within the realms of modern government, is that we still want to be nice. So I took a stance. I got the Washoe tribe back into speaking at the Lake Tahoe Summit that happens every year. Every year we have members of our Congress from Nevada and California, as well as the governor of Nevada and California, and a lot of the top agency leads and all around the basin. And when I give my speech, I just flat out say, we were forcefully removed from these lands. You know, we quit saying that for a while. I mean, there was a time when even Washoe people were saying, oh yeah, we used to live up there and we're not there anymore. Well, I don't take that stance anymore. Just tell it like it is. We didn't move on. We were pushed out of here. We were murdered. We were, you know, there was everything horrible that could happen. Again, we mentioned the Washoe scalps for $5, you know, in Nevada City. These are truths that need to be known, because if we keep beating around the bush, then nobody's going to know how we truly feel, and that's how we truly feel. Sometimes it's maybe even myself in writings, letters to Congress members, I always have to have them reviewed because I may go a little off the handle sometimes as well. But working in government, even before doing my current position, I know that we cannot continue to just act like we're playing along nicely. They need to know the truth, and they need to know our real stance on what we're standing for overall. And that's, you know, not just here in Lake Tahoe, but that's everywhere and everything. What are we trying to do as sovereign nations? You know, what are our goals? But yeah, it just reminded me of those things. Do you guys have other stuff?
Since I have Jane here, I'm going to put her on the spot. So thinking about, you know, what Herman and Chairman Smokey said, and, you know, how we have good partnerships, but how can we go a step further? So we have these MOUs in place, and I was speaking with a lawyer the other day, and MOU is basically an agreement to play nice, saying we're going to work together. Do we actually do the stuff that's laid out in all these MOUs, or do we just set it up saying we're going to we're going to work together in the future. When does that future ever come? So how do we not only get these MOUs in place or go a step further and have like a master stewardship agreement in place where we actually have access to lands that maybe aren't ours, like the CTC lands or LTCC lands, to where we can continue, and I don't like to say traditional practices, but where we can continue to live our traditional way of life. So again, you know, the CTC is a great partner. One thing I forgot to mention is that we also have a grant for them just to remove the biomass from Meeks Meadow. So that's very costly. So it's like, we want the wood and they're willing to give us the wood for our wood program, but can we afford to truck it down from Tahoe? No, we can't. That's very expensive. So that's one more way the CTC has supported us. We recently met with Jane and Jason from the CTC about a month ago, and then one of the things that was followed up on was, I don't know what it's called, but it's like a racial equity study that is through the CTC. And they reached out to the tribe saying, how can we be better partners? And it's like, I think you guys are doing a great job, but it's why aren't other environmental agencies doing the same thing? Why haven't I heard from anybody else in the Tahoe agency saying, we're working with this racial and equity group to see how we can better serve you, to see what you want from us, you know? And one thing I mentioned is like capacity, it's hard. It's like, oh, how can we be better partners? I might not know until that situation arises, but this has basically provided us an opportunity to work with this racial and equity group to survey the community, the Washoe community, and what are our needs, not only from tribal council, but from community members, from elders. How is this agency, or can other Tahoe agencies better serve your community? Like, I might have a very different opinion from Chairman, or from Herman, or from an elder, or from a child, but these are all important viewpoints, you know, and I think, like what Herman was saying about that 7th grader asking about the BIA, I was like, that's even over my head, like, I don't, you know, that's great, and it's like, you know, our youth now have ideas maybe that we're not thinking of, you know. So I want to give the microphone to Jane and just see if she can share a little bit about how you got involved with the racial and equity group, or why, and why that's important for the CTC to work with groups like that.
Sure. You know, as an agency that's been working in the Tahoe Basin for 30 plus years, like many agencies, really involving the communities that we are working in hasn't necessarily come naturally to agencies, and so the Conservancy and I know a number of other state agencies, and certainly the direction from the governor is that we do need to be engaging with all communities, all underserved communities, disadvantaged communities, and really involving them in what they want to see on our land and how we manage and how our funding is distributed, et cetera. And so we were fortunate to have some funding to hire a contractor to start a 2-year process, both to do internal training of our staff on racial equity, but then also to engage with the larger community and with partners that we haven't traditionally worked with. So a number of community-based organizations, and we just had a listening session with a number of those folks last week. And actually, in all of the listening sessions, there was mention of making sure that we were working closely with the Washoe tribe as well. So that's the journey that we're on, and we're very thankful that the tribe will be doing some community-based participatory research with our consultants, so that we are getting all of the voices heard. Yeah, that's generally where we go. But I do also want to note that one of the reasons why we have been able to work so closely with the tribe is having the resources. And you mentioned the propositions, which are voter propositions, which is a lot of how the Conservancy is funded. We're funded through bonds mostly, and through grants as well. And we've been really fortunate with some of the surplus funding through the wildfire package and with the climate and nature-based solution packages to be able to do this work, and really hope that we'll be able to continue that work as well. And I know that there is a set aside for tribal nature-based solutions grants, and we're very excited that that's an opportunity for the tribe as well.
Yeah, those are pretty much the highlights of kind of what we do, at least in and around this area. So this is our main focus, but we work all over the place, especially as Washoe. We're so much different than even all of the local surrounding tribes, but we also do what we can to support them as well. I serve a couple different positions. I also serve as I'm on my 4th year as the president of the Intertribal Council of Nevada as well, trying to help represent all 28 tribes in the state of Nevada. We provide support to some of the northern tribes by serving a seat on the Intergovernmental Executive Committee with the Navy, because we have a lot of training area, especially in and around the state of Nevada. Us, as you know, for Washoe people, we have one of the largest, or not the largest, but the Mountain Warfare Marine Training Center just south of us. You know, we have history in those mountains. So, you know, we got to work with these government agencies to, you know, really work together and not be pushed around, I guess, in a sense, or not to be told what's going to happen, as that's what consultation has historically been known as a government entity coming in, telling the tribe, hey, this is what's going to happen, we're just letting you know. That's what consultation was viewed as, but we're working to completely change that around as to consultation being working together and tribes actually using our authorities to have benefit with these things as well, and hopefully form good working relationships. That's not always going to happen, but that's just where we start. And I'm probably missing a whole lot, but you know, everybody got tired after lunch. Lost a train of thought. But is there any questions?
Talking about Lake Tahoe to have personhood status, and I was curious, would that expand to just like a general like indigenous rights of nature type bill with the tribal constitution? Is that something like a general rights of nature, or just specific to the lake?
Currently, it would be specific to the lake. We could go beyond that. It's almost as part of the process, as like we're looking at going to more state of emergencies, especially regarding culture. We did the language portion, but the cultural aspect of not just, well, you know, the pinyon pine, you know, or tagum would be a specific thing, you know, food, plants, and medicines, because we are losing those, and we won't be able to enjoy those in our lifetime, but we could do something, put it into a state of emergency to go beyond that. It could be something that goes beyond that. Currently, just looking at what we can do to really solidify a stance in the lake as the body of water is, you know, what has given us life over these centuries, and then, you know, moving beyond that as we progress. But it would start as something as a resolution approved by the tribal council, by the tribe, that's accepted by the people. And then fully understanding that, and then moving into changing, putting it within our law and order codes, possibly putting it even into part of the Constitution, then going beyond, pushing the state to recognize it, both states, Nevada and California, and then possibly going even further as to pushing it a bill to Congress. You know, that's more long-term planning, but we have to solidify ourselves as to this is who we are, this is how we feel as a people, because it is always the worry of not just every chairman, but I think everybody that works within a tribe or a position, is that once you're gone, then these plans will fall off. These things won't happen again. These things that the people did want to do could be lost. And so that's why, I believe in, we're truly solidifying those things through our formal governmental process.
I just wanted to follow up on that. I think I briefly mentioned it earlier, but the Washoe tribe also submitted a letter to the Lahontan Water Board identifying the lake for cultural and traditional uses, as well as 16 streams that run into the lake. Again, we don't have much say in what happens in the Lake Tahoe Basin with respect to decision making. We're working on having a larger role, and we are working to, I forgot what I was going to say. I lost it. I'll tell you later.
That's interesting to hear about the Lahontan piece. I did just read that the Lahontan Water Board is taking comment on establishing a tribal beneficial use in the Mono Basin.
Yes,
So-
I just sent that to our TIPO saying we want to identify this as well. It's at the southern end of our range, but I think, as the chairman was saying, with respect to water rights, we are extending our reach as far as we can and trying to not lay claim, but ensure that other people know that these are our traditional homelands and we should have a say in how they're being used going forward, and we should still have access to that water and to the pearl shell mussels and Lahontan cutthroat trout that are being wiped out due to climate change, tourism, etc.
Yeah, and we have to, we're truly solidifying our stance and our people and truly our original homelands. For many years, Washoe were very reserved, and even in more recent years, we weren't really out there in government and local entities. We kept to ourselves for a long time. Now, a little bit before that, we had a chairman that was all over the place and was a big part of starting the Tahoe Summit, getting us the lands in Lake Tahoe. But then we kind of fell off, and then we went and kind of stayed reserved within reservation boundaries and didn't work beyond that. And that's really, in my view, as to how things were lost, how our identity was being lost up here and around these areas. One of the first things that really caught my attention was the signage, and the government's been doing a very good job with that. But one of my employees came up to me and told me that we were just hiking up in Lake Tahoe and we saw a sign, but it said this is where Washoe people used to be. And I was like, well, we're still here. So that's what really pushed me to made me realize that we were lost up here. We were being recognized, but as almost an extinct people. And so I knew that needed to change, and we had to push it out there. And again, I think we're a little late in the game. We probably should have been working on this years ago. But again, you have to start somewhere. When we're talking about water rights, we don't have any water rights coming out of the Truckee River, but the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe does. They fought for that really hard, but they do have the water rights there. Even the Truckee River itself is named Truckee River because it was a Paiute man that showed these white settlers, or that came around, how to follow the lake up the trail to get to the Lake Tahoe. But it was Washoe that taught the Paiutes how to do that. It's just some of those things that we have to deal with. It adds another layer of what we have to do as far as really establishing our presence and breaking out that true history, not as what is determined as modern history. Because we have a joke, because we as a Washoe tribe, we go back and forth, especially with the northern Paiutes, especially on the Nevada side. But we have an old joke, because it's like there was two old men, an old Paiute man and an old Washoe man, and they were sitting on top of the mountain out here overlooking, where Reno is now, which is Washoe County. And then old Paiute man says that, he says, oh yeah, my great-grandparents used to tell me when the first white man came to these lands. And then Washoe told him, yeah, my great-grandparents used to tell me of when the first Paiute came to these lands. I mean, it's the stories, it's a joke, it's the stories, but that is our history. And it's been proven through archaeology as well. I think one of our tribal members said it best at a meeting recently is, you dig in the dirt, you'll find other tribal things around our areas, but you go deeper and you will only find Washoe. And that's how we establish what we claim as original homelands, because we know that history. And we're not trying to use anything modern to, land grab or say that this is ours or make ourselves seem real grand and robust, because we were very peaceful people. That's what I've always been told. We've always been very small, but we roamed all over the place, and I think that our intermingling with the other tribes shows, because we have big families in almost all the tribes all the way around us. That are members of the other tribes, but they know their history and they know their families within Washoe. So, yeah. Any other questions? Oh.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one thing about personhood, and we haven't quite started the conversation on rights of nature. I know that that's something that we're going to have to address as well. But really, when we started this conversation, it was about thinking of the lake as a living being, as something that's sacred and deserving of any sort of respect that a person would have. I think some of our early conversations were about Maori people doing this at the highest government level. They actually designated personhood for a river and a mountain as two specific geographic features deserving of this sort of respect and intention. And some of it for us changes. I think it was mentioned earlier about this idea of best practices versus traditional practices on land. And I think some of this is the same for our conversations around Tahoe. Right now, a lot of the funding, the majority of the funding and all of the conversations are water clarity, which is great. It's a piece of the puzzle, but that's not the entire puzzle, right? Healthy water doesn't necessarily need to be clear to have the best ecosystem available. We're talking about oxygen, dissolved oxygen in water. We talk about the aquatic insects that are important to water bodies and so on and so forth. There's other things here that determine the health of this ecosystem. And a part of that is Washoe people's relationship with this lake and our ability to go there and conduct our ceremonies too. And so I think that's part of the conversation that we're having here is, how do we kind of strengthen this relationship with place, bring other things to the front for possible funding and research and so on and so forth. But the rights of nature is something that we are definitely going to be having a conversation about as a whole.
Has the tribe ever researched or entertained the idea of pursuing a UNESCO World Heritage Site designation for the Tahoe region? I know there's one in California, the National Park, State Park Redwood, on the North Coast. And I know that helps raise the awareness of the area. It helps support the tribal needs in those areas. I've always kind of wondered, I think we would fit well into that designation. But maybe that's something you can work on.
I think there was a conversation that our previous TIPO, Daryl, had started, and maybe it didn't pick up momentum. I think that's a great idea. I think getting that done and achieved might be very difficult because of the popularity of Tahoe. But I think it's definitely something we can still pursue, and if not, we at least looked into looking at making Meeks Meadow and that area a heritage site. So it's definitely on our radar, and again, something we're working towards along with personhood and more water rights and more access and say in what happens to the water in Tahoe.
Or maybe all of the native trails in California being a UNESCO heritage trail.
That's a great idea. Governor, did you hear that?
Anything else? All right. Well, that's all I can think of right now, so we'll be hanging out if you guys have any other questions. But thank you.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate all of your sharing when you don't have to, but really appreciate it, and think that a lot of good conversation and good ideas for other tribal communities and for the state have come out of this conversation, especially post tacos and in full food coma period of the day. This was a really good discussion. So we are a bit over time, and I want to be mindful of our elders who are going to close us out, but I do want to open it up for just general public comment or discussion. And we will have some opportunities tomorrow as well for general public comment and discussion, but if folks came prepared to say anything, as always, we will defer to California Native peoples and elders, and then we will move to the general public. So if you'd like to say something or offer something, please feel free to do that. You'll also have other opportunities. And just as a flag, for those of you joining us tomorrow, we didn't talk about it as much today, but there are several buildings in the Tahoe area that were built by Stewart Indian school kids. They were taught masonry, and so particularly Thunderbird Lodge, but other places that have stonework in the area were built by Native kids. And you'll hear a bit more about that tomorrow, but just kind of as you make your way down to the Carson City area, just thinking about what that means, what it means to be in a space where Native people can't really afford to live here, and that there's not affordable housing, and that a lot of the housing is seasonal housing for very wealthy people, and that also some of the longest standing places here are legacies of this awful kind of displacement, cultural genocide experiment of the federal government with the complicity of the states and support of the states. Just something to think about as we enter into the space for tomorrow. Any comments, thoughts? The tacos are doing their job.
Hello, everybody. So, one thing that I would like to stress that's important, I was talking to some of the relatives at the table about, is the power of prayer. And that's one thing that our people, we start out with a prayer, and we move on with a prayer, and our prayers are never ending. And Melba's probably going to lead that prayer when we move on from here, or someone else. I don't know whoever they chose, but I want to stress that because we are right now the living prayer from our ancestors, and through these prayers being continued on, we are going to be able to achieve great things for each other and our children, the generations coming up. That one thing that the Creator has promised, whether you're a Christian or whether you're a Jew or whatever, the Creator has promised us a beautiful life coming. All these things that's going on in the world, climate change, people fighting and all that, there's beautiful things coming, and that's where we have to keep our minds. That's where we're going to all come together and make it so. So that's all I have to say, relatives. Aho.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, and just real quick, something I'd like to tell everybody that comes out here every time I give a speech or anything, especially here in our homelands, is to take it all in. Go outside. When you drive out, roll your windows down. I know it snow's a little dirty right here, but as you go down the road, smell those pine trees. Get that fresh air. If you drive by the lake, just feel it. If you have an opportunity to park somewhere, touch the water. because you're taking all that in, you're taking that, as I like to say, that piece of Washoe with you, because that's us. And that's why we do what we do out here, because that's why it's so important to us. So I'll just end with that real quick. And I may see you all tomorrow, I may not. I don't even know what my schedule looks like because I'm all over the place. But I really appreciate you all being here, and I hope everybody has a safe drive home. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you do join us tomorrow, I think dress warmly. The tour is outdoors, and I do recommend it if you can take the time. But it looks like it might rain, so.
Umbrellas, bring umbrellas if you have them.
Any other comments before we close out? Okay. Are you ready to close this out?
If I could, please. I'm sorry, but my brother Daryl asked me to say a few things also. So I am also a member of Native American Church. So we use the sacrament peyote as a sacrament, and it has many healing properties with the power of prayer that it can heal just about anything. So right now, some things that are going through legislation, I believe, is they want to include peyote with mushrooms and psychedelics and things like that, and make it accessible to everybody. But this is a medicine that our people had to fight for, that the government used to come in and attack us in our ceremonies. And there was an anthropologist named James Mooney that he came and he told us, if you put the name Jesus in this ceremony, and if you use the word church, that the government will leave you alone. So that's what the Native American Church is. So our people were using this from time immemorial. So if anybody has any kind of say that we're opposed to this, allowing this sacrament to be just used by anybody and desecrating it, because it's very sacred. We generally use it in the context of ceremony, or when we pray for somebody to help them with their needs, their health, their happiness. And that's what we're taught to pray for, not for possessions, but to pray for our health and happiness. Within those two things, we can go out and do whatever we want in this lifetime. Oh, thank you.
Yasingo. Gogaya Irishke Lerashale. Wadding Wagaya Bay, me, Le Huti, Angao Legale. Asha Le Digalam Shamolagi, me, Le Huti with Ano Irishke. Hak Irishken, can lay a Wexken Gala. Eship Kishawa, Ano Lokangatia. Mila Dangok and Hamwayatia. Ashtek Bigiat Lewagaya Ligi Gala. Ashki Hakirish, Lew Haktiwa Gabiki, Haktiwa Lew, Ashmila Hutiwa Eshiba, Ashwading Gaya Gishua Milo, Hamudeshiba, Mangala Gishua Ingatha, who do what Megabiki Megi, Shamoshak Geogawa, Hamoshaka Gishua, Hamuangawa, Le Umia Eshige, Umia Shangawa, Hutanga Makbaga Yatayash. Dinga.
And that's it. Thank you all, and we'll see you all tomorrow.